At RSAC 2025 conference? Yes, it is, indeed. We've had some excitement. The Bay Bridge was closed. Ubers were canceling left and right. Waymo cars were running around every which way, and I kept expecting them to sort of show up out of the smoke with guys in masks and they're on fire. And because, Waymo is just like, hey, whatever it takes, man, I get there. I'm going to get you out of there. But we're still here. We got another day of RSAC, and we're going to have live content all day. It's going to be fun. My map has now been reduced down to just like
it shreds.
These little pieces of the remainders of the maps, because there's still tons of stuff going on, but we're starting to get down to sort of the end of the road. Now I am joined today by the amazing Matt Alderman, who is a longtime associate, and so hi Matt.
Hi Doug. I love your intro, by the way.
Well, thank you.
It was chaos down here last night.
It was actually
absolute chaos.
The other days were not like that.
No.
It was just, I talked to the police. They said there were just happened to be 4 events going on simultaneously, like in this general area. So that was problem number 1. The Bay Bridge was closed. I think there was some other stuff going on, because he was giving me that like police vibe of, there's things I can't tell you, but
right.
Maybe you should get out of here. It would not like it was dangerous, but just like, it would, if you can find a way to get out of this area, just go somewhere else and hang out, because this is just a big mess right now.
Yeah, Ubers were being canceled, so I had to walk through Chinatown last night to get to dinner. It's about 25 minutes straight uphill.
Yeah. Now we've all walked to Chinatown from Union Square and environs before, because I used to do a conference down here for years that met here like every 3 years. And it was always in the Marriott Marquis, and so we always went to Chinatown back in the Ebun days and all those kind of things, and it was lots of fun. And Chinatown's great, but it is all uphill from here.
It's all uphill. It was easy walking back last night because it's all downhill.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that depending on what you did in Chinatown, it might be more difficult walking downhill.
No, I just went to dinner last night. It was after RSA did the award, Lifetime Achievement Award. So yesterday afternoon, RSAC conference gave an award to Amit Yoram, posthumous, for his lifetime achievement at RSA conference. He did so many keynotes here.
Right.
I worked for him twice, both at RSA and helped recruit him at Tenable. They did a beautiful job yesterday afternoon presenting that. His mom was here, his brothers are in the industry. Obviously the entire Tenable team was here. So that was a beautiful just reflection on Amit. And then I had to walk back after dinner because from 9 to 11 last night up on top of the marquee, they did a little celebration.
Well,
just a little kind of celebration for all that knew him. So I got to go up and talk to Dove and a little bit, see some of the old Tenable folks. But it was kind of a bittersweet day. It was, I love the event. That one kind of hits a little close to home, but I thought they did a really beautiful job yesterday.
Well, that's really good.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a lot of event. I mean, we did lots of sessions yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
I did like 4 or 5 interviews, and I know everybody else was doing interviews like crazy down here. So we got more of that coming today. I mean, I don't know how many interviews today, but there's plenty. Believe me.
We have a full schedule up until the closeout until like 3 o'clock. So
Jamie Foxx is here at the keynote this afternoon. So I don't know if he's going to sing or
I don't know. There's a DJ.
Well, there's a DJ and a band, so so I think maybe he's gonna. I know he has like a musical act, so I think maybe he's doing.
They're gonna have a little party up there.
Yeah, why not? And so I guess that's the closing ceremony, and that's at like 2:30, I think is the
the
closing
expo
ceremony.
hall closes at 2 o'clock today. So the beloved expo hall, which is what a lot of people come here for to go check out all the vendors, closes at 2. And then things start to wind down after that.
I mean, I'm going to go over to I haven't actually gone. Have you gone to the expo hall?
Oh, yeah.
I haven't. I was like, every time I plan to go, it like doesn't work out.
I got really lucky Tuesday morning because I blocked out Tuesday and Wednesday to not do interviews because we have a partner in town. I had to spend some time with them. So I got lucky on Tuesday. I got to go to the floor. So I did all my floor visits. So I go to the edges, I go to the backs, and I go to early stage expo. So I went up to CyberOps, which is Tuesday kind of evening. It started like 4:15. But I go up and check out all the early stage expo vendors as well. lots of interesting stuff up there. You get to see all the new tech. So I'm going to summarize some of that in my closing session today.
Okay. Well, I was going to say, like one of the things that I always tell people that are going to these big cons, like I used to go to these academic cons, and the entire expo is like, there's a guy with some books and maybe an organ grinder monkey over in the corner, and that's sort of the end of it, right? And it's just like, oh yeah, I'm sorry, there was that University of Michigan exhibit, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, you go to these and it's just almost like overwhelming.
It is
and
overwhelming.
You kind of have to have a plan. And so yeah, my plan always for these was I always went to the what you're calling early stage vendors.
Yes.
So we'll call them the smaller companies.
Yes.
These lesser companies over here, because they try harder, you know. By the time you get to like Microsoft, you know, they're just throwing, you know, packs of hundreds at you or something. But you know, there's the
T-shirts.
yeah, but the smaller people, you know, they're interesting, and those are usually new companies I've never heard
Right.
of. So so it's really interesting to go over there and see like, what are you guys doing?
Exactly.
And sometimes you're going, you're not going to be doing that very long.
Yeah.
But other times it's like, wow, that sounds really cool.
Yeah, you get to see what's kind of emerging. You also get to see stuff like, really? We're still doing that?
Yeah, well, I mean, and there was a few years ago, there was the trends of AI, where that was what you saw over in that corner, was like the people going, we're doing AI, and you're like, right, sure, good luck. But yeah, I mean, so it's fun to go there first. I do like to usually go by the big company booth just to see what kind of insanity they have. And
I avoid them.
oh, I mean,
I know them all, so I don't need to go
I
there.
know them, but you know, I just like to see what they've got. But I always would go to the smaller ones first, because I think those are the most interesting ones that I don't know. I don't know what products they've got. I sometimes didn't even know what it was. I would have to like literally walk up and go, what exactly is that?
So when I went through early stage expo, I look at the signage. And based on the signage, I either stop or I don't stop. And sometimes I stop because I want to learn more. Sometimes I stop because I'm like, what's that? So anyways, I kind of push on them a little bit. Like, why did you say that? Like, what are you doing that justifies that statement, right? So you kind of push on them a little bit because you want to understand, like, do they see something differentiated to fix something? Anyways, so I use the signage to kind of guide who I talk to and who I don't talk to.
I'll be honest, because we're over here and we weren't as close to the expo. Was there a number one swag or anything of this year that everybody was fighting over? Sometimes there's like something everybody's like, oh my god, did you go to that booth?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Because it would have been one of the big booths. I know there's goats over there. I know there's puppy dogs over there.
Oh, there were goats and puppies.
Yeah.
I think there was a company giving out live elves in a little box that you could take with you. But I heard they had to shut that down after the first day. It got a little out of control. But I mean, they always have, you know, I mean, there's always the swag thing. And you know, I remember the first time I ever went to a big one, and I'm like, I'm going to have to buy another bag.
No, they give you bags now.
No, to check. Like, I'm going to have to buy like an extra piece of luggage to put all this stuff in. And then I'm like, yeah, okay. So there's tons of that.
That should be the giveaway. You should give away a carry-on bag that you can check so you can put all of your gear in it, and then you can have your logo on it. I'm just
You're
telling
stealing
you.
my idea. I know. I said this years ago. I was telling a company, I was like, make a carry-on bag with your logo on the side, and you will give so many of those away. And don't give them away until like Thursday.
Yeah, like today.
Like today. So everybody's over there going, I need more bags. And,
right.
Yeah.
You want to draw people on the last day of the conference? That's a great way to do it. Hey, you grabbed all this stuff. You don't have a place to put it?
Yeah, the last day of the
expo
is not the best day. I mean, just to be fair.
No, I mean Monday night it kicks off. It's okay. Tuesday, Wednesday are nuts down there.
Yeah.
It'll dwindle off today, but hey, sponsors.
Some people are packing.
Yeah.
But
a lot of people have already left.
But there is one thing that you can do on the last day of any expo, which was another academic trick that I was taught by like a graduate advisor. He was like, you can go there and get all your books because they don't want to take them home.
Oh yeah.
And you know these people that have been showing books. And I'm like, I need that stat book. It costs like $175 because I'm teaching that class next semester for my advisor. And you know, you go down there like, could I get one of those? And they're like, no, you have to order it here, fill out a form. But on the last day, like, could I get one? They're like, we have like 17, just take them all. And, like, oh,
because they don't want to pack them up and ship them.
Yeah, they didn't. They were like, and I literally sometimes would get a whole pile of books, and you could take all these books and sell them at the bookstore as used books. These are old school rackets before they had like gig economy things where you get on some kind of
Well, yeah, now my son's books are all online. Nobody has a physical book anymore.
Now, yeah, the physical book peddlers are down in the corner like, please buy me, like 5 cents.
Homeless.
Yeah.
Can you give me a burger?
We'll provide, academic books. But yeah, I mean, I think the expos are like, a lot of people come for that. I mean, obviously there's like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of sessions.
Oh yeah.
Because like I said, with there's thousands of it. It's absolutely insane. It's an experience. I mean, I don't get paid to try to. Well, do I? I don't.
Yeah, you might get.
If I get paid, but I don't get paid by RSAC. But
right.
I think I'm not pitching them, but it is an experience.
It is.
If they pay me, I'll pitch it harder.
Sam finally got to go onto the expo floor this year.
Really?
The first time in like 7 years.
I'm going to get to go there at the very end when they're literally tearing stuff down. I go, what was this? And it's like, oh, it was cool. You should have seen it. Here's a postcard. But I'm often like that. So, but I am going to try to go by there later today because it was like all my interview schedules just kind of got bounced around over, well, I have an hour. But by the time I walk over there and go upstairs and be like, okay, saw it, and I have to come back. Yeah. So it's like, those family vacations. Where it's like, that's the Grand Canyon, bye, and that kind of stuff. I don't know, what else, obviously sessions today, you're doing interviews, I'm doing interviews. What else we got today? Anything else you want to talk about?
No, the wrap up. Like, I went out, I'm going to do the wrap up.
They wouldn't let me do it. They heard what happened last time. I was like, can I please do the wrap up this year? And they're like, you remember that thing with the hula skirt and the nudity and the 5-year ban on our booth? Yeah. So they gave it to me.
I asked to do the wrap up since this is my, I think I calculated my 19th RSA conference. The 7th one we've done from the
Wait, did you say 19th?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm a glutton.
Wow.
So there's a few things I want to summarize at the end of the day based off my experience and the last, not quite 19 years of experience, but I've seen an interesting trend and shift in the way people approach the conference from a vendor perspective and sponsorship perspective. So I'm going to give all that away this afternoon. So if you want my take, you're going to have to join us this afternoon to see.
Great.
And I'm going to announce.
I was hoping you were going to tell me now.
No, now I'm going to, and I'm also going to announce who won Buzzword Bingo. Which vendor wins my Buzzword Bingo contest.
Wow.
I have them. I picked them on Tuesday.
Oh, yeah?
It's beautiful.
Well, how does that work? So, I know you're not going to tell me.
Buzzwords.
Who had the most buzzwords where?
On their booth.
On their booth, okay.
On their booth.
Oh my God.
Uh-huh. And they had to hit all the key ones.
Oh, so there's a minimum. So you have to have like this, and this.
Yes.
And then who's got the most additional buzzwords? Do you have like special prizes like newest, most ridiculous buzzword?
They get exposure in this forum. So they're gonna win. They're gonna win the prize. I don't know if they won it or not, but they're gonna win it.
It's Schrodinger's buzzword bingo today that you both won and not won. But as soon as you tune into Matt this afternoon, the wave will collapse, and then you'll know.
You will know. You will definitely know.
Or not know. It just depends. Anyway, I think that's about our intro because people have stuff to do, and we've got interviews to do. We have interviewees standing around going, like...
It's fine. It's fine. They'll be fine.
No, it's not time for it yet. We haven't run long, and we're just like, now let me tell you another story about back in the 60s at RSA. Like, we were real men then. And we were drinking on the conference floor and doing cocaine and all kinds of stuff.
Well, we still drink on the conference floor.
They do.
Trust me, there's plenty of beer and wine down there.
Yeah, but they've limited like all the really hard drugs and psychedelics.
Nobody's dropping
the old mushroom patch over there in the 1971 conference where they were like, try some are poisonous, some are psychedelic, all are interesting. Take a shot, spin the wheel.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. But no, they don't do that anymore. But anyway, so I think we can wrap up and say have a good day. Be sure and stay tuned in if you're not here so you can see all these interviews with these superstar people that are sometimes intimidating. I had something, yesterday. I'm like, well, I don't know if I can talk to this person. It's really scary, but it was great.
Didn't we have a prince yesterday?
I didn't have a prince,
Yeah,
but I had a person who should be a prince. I mean, I was like, look at this. I was like, it makes you feel like an inferior human being. I was like reading this person's bio going, wow. And all I have on my bio is like, had some balloons once or something, and this guy's bio is like chapter 1 through 17, volume 2. And I'm like, okay, wow. It was cool. It's really cool to get to talk to people like that. That's one of the reasons I do this.
Right. We get to talk to all kinds of interesting people.
All right. Well, thank you, Matt Alderman. I'm Doug White. We are CyberRiskTV Security Weekly. We've been here all week. We'll be here all day. So we'll see you soon.
Welcome to RSAC Conference 2025. We're recording here live from the CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host, Matt Alderman, and joining me for this interview segment is Shahar Man. He's a CEO and co-founder at Backslash Security. Welcome, Shahar.
Absolutely, thank you. Thank you for having me today.
So we're going to talk about a very interesting topic around vibe coding. So before we go anywhere, what is vibe coding? For those who don't know, I actually know, but what is vibe coding?
Okay, so vibe coding, first of all, if you don't know what it is, that's okay. It's a very trendy new term. And vibe coding is about a new way to develop a code using AI and not just in a structured way, write the functions and do it yourself. Think about it as how we change from ChatGPT, from search at Google to ChatGPT for doing stuff.
Right.
So vibe coding is the equivalent for writing code. You can just ask for what you need and the code will be generated for you. Regardless of the tools that are popping up right now, there's several of them, but that's in general the trend. And it's absolutely amazing because it generates code in a way that expedite productivity that organization cannot really ignore how fast, and it enlightens them into a very different world of software development.
Yeah, so my board keeps asking me, can we use AI code to accelerate development? The answer is yes, I think. But the question is it producing secure code that I'd be comfortable deploying in my enterprise products?
Right, so that's the main question, especially as we're coming from the security domain. So how do we make this possible without compromising the code of the enterprise? And we just did a research. We checked it with the ChatGPT last model 4.1 and Claude 3.7. And we figure out that if you're not asking for security things, you're not going to get a secure code. Actually, 9 out of 10 times you'll get, for the common vulnerabilities, you'll get them inside your code if you're not cleaning it up and making sure it's okay.
Yeah, what I saw in the report was pretty interesting. Like it's really bad, but even if you tell it to produce secure code, it's still not producing fully secure code.
Right. So it's not. First of all, in order to make it secure, you need to ask for it. You need to have the awareness. And as it happens, when you're so excited with writing code, and we've tried educating and creating awareness on the development side for decades, they're excited about moving fast and creating the functionality. And if they're not asking for that, it's not going to happen with these models. As mentioned, 9 out of 10 times. Actually, the only one that will be got you covered, even if you're not asking for, is SQL injection. That, as it happens, it probably became the poster child of vulnerabilities.
Right.
And the training that was so used to it, so also the outcome of these models will get you covered. But
So SQL injection is the one area that gets covered out of the OWASP top 10.
exactly, even without asking, you're pretty much in a good shape. Of course, in different situations, it might not be the case, but in our research, we showed that SQL injection, surprisingly or not, is probably the one that is the best. Yeah.
Well, that means we've improved as an industry at least over the last 10, 15 years or so,
Right.
because that was always in the OWASP top 10.
Right, absolutely. So what do you do about it? You can ask your developers, hey, whenever you're asking for code or functionality to be built by you, just make sure you're asking nicely to secure it as well. And it will get better results. So out of the 10, maybe 6 of them will be covered. But how about we look at this problem as an opportunity to have finally the enterprise policies for security injected into these IDEs and making sure there's a bodyguard that works with the developer.
Yeah.
And in a very seamless way, without stopping them and asking them to scan the code and see the results, without knowing anything about security, the results are being refined for them. And in the same lightweight manner of vibe coding, the security will be injected into the code.
So even when you ask for it to be secure, there's still gaps.
Right.
Kind of what are the big gaps? Like what CWEs are not really being addressed, even if you ask for secure code? Because I think it's interesting is I go from 1 out of 10 to maybe 6 out of 10. That's still 4 areas of security weaknesses that you have to address. Is there a commonality across the different LLMs that you looked at?
Yeah, so we looked at, as mentioned, 4.1 ChatGPT. Claude, the latest Claude 3.7 was doing much better, but still, it only takes one vulnerability, and not CW, a specific vulnerability that will put you on risk. So it's not about being 90% versus 70%. You want to be 100% that the pattern is being matched. And you need a deterministic way for doing that, although the LLMs are not deterministic. So the way to do that is to have security deterministic knowledge injected to the prompts and having the right methods in line being enforcing them, like MCP servers and inline plugins that helps you.
Yeah.
Actually, this is a great opportunity because as an industry, we've been looking for a way to go all the way left to the moment where the code is being generated.
Right.
And not only a gated approach that let the developers do whatever they want, but the PR will be stopped and let them, send them back to the drawing board and rewrite the code. Here it happens simultaneously with the code writing. This is a real opportunity to improve.
To fully shift left.
Right.
Where the guide rails, and we'll talk about policy in a second, actually helps build the secure code and continues to go through the CI/CD pipeline with all of its other checks, right? But this is the almost furthest left we can get.
Absolutely. The next left would be the minds of the developers. We'll have a chip implanted into the developer's mind, maybe.
Maybe. So as organizations think about vibe coding, right? I think the first question is, do you allow it or don't you allow it, right? Because what I saw early on with AI, just in general, was this huge ramp up of euphoria, oh, we're gonna do it. And then people realize, wait a minute, we're not securing it. And they put a bunch of policies in place that basically said, no, you can't do this, right? We gotta understand this first before we're going to allow it. So policy must be the first step in the process, allow or not allow. But then what's the next step in order to enable a secure vibe coding process?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and it really depends on the size of the company according to what we see with our customer base. So the ones that are on the bigger range, like a Fortune 100 company, are still in a pushback mode. They're gonna say, this is not happening. We look at vibe coding with horror. This is not computer science, this is not engineering. The quality of the code is not anywhere I need in an enterprise, so we're not going to allow it. If you use it, you get fired. This is how strict it is. But like with any technology trend, this is the first reaction before you can...
We've done this in security for a long time. We said no first.
Right, we say no first. And then some of them say, you know what, we cannot, especially on the mid-market, they want to take the innovative advantage of the vibe coding because you will produce innovation in ways and speed that never happened before, and they don't want to hold on this competitive advantage. So they embrace it in a very structured way, and then they run looking for a security guardrails to make it happen.
Yeah.
The third one will be the ones that maybe over-adopting, the ones that are actually so excited with it, just loosen up the walls, let the developers do whatever they want, but they say, we anyhow invested in the gates of the old world, they're gonna stop the new world problems. But I think this approach will not be sustainable because the amount of code will be very different.
Yeah, so that's interesting, right? When you think about this, we have existing checks in the CI/CD pipeline today. We do our software composition analysis, we do our static reviews, we try to do DAST and testing and runtime, and then I've seen this huge uptick in runtime security here at this conference. So we have existing tools. Why won't they work? Is it a scale issue? Really, at the end of the day, is that you're producing so much new code that it will be too hard to use the traditional tools in the existing pipeline to do that? Or is there another gap still there?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that, first of all, let's be honest with ourselves. We don't see too many companies successful, even today, with shifting left security and having the gates there. It's a really nice slide that you can present, but when push comes to shove and you need to deliver something, developers will not stop their pace and speed of development just because someone stopped them in the CI. We see that
Right.
all over the place. So security is a matter of risk taking. It cannot be 100% secured.
Right.
Given the new scale of AI, this will not hold. It cannot be the way to protect against vibe coding. You've seen the statements from the major, the Google CEO about how 25% of the code is already written by AI. Up to 90% will be in the next 3 to 6 months. I think it was Claude's CEO mentioning that the revolution is happening in pace that we've never seen before. We have customers public customers last quarter told us it's not happening. We're not going to use Cursor AI tomorrow morning. That's okay. It's not part of our problems. We're going to look at it. This quarter, they tell us we need something urgent. That's the number one priority we need to look at when it comes to security. How do we figure out a sustainable way to enjoy it, but protect it in parallel?
Yeah, that's interesting. One last question. What does this do to the next generation of developers, right? If I think about what's going to happen is students will start to learn this method of coding, I think, that will then accelerate this adoption even more. Does that change the way we have to think about coding education, coding classes, etc.? Because this could really accelerate some interesting things, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. I think that's the riddle on how that unfolds. I'll tell you a story with my 2 teenager boys. They did computer science class at high school. Took them a full year to create a week by week a movie gallery application. They were so excited to add the tiles and to have an edit a movie and have a login page after several weeks. And then by the end of the year, it was a really nicely shaped movie gallery web application. So I called them the other day and I used one of the new age IDEs. I went to the extreme and I took Lovable. And I asked the prompt of Lovable, hey, can you create for me a movie gallery app, make the tile nice, get it a login page, everything they need. I clicked one button, waited 1 minute, a couple of minutes, and boom, they got the full app, even nicer than what they've built. It was a jaw-dropping moment for them, and it was a jaw-dropping moment for me looking at them, and there you can see the wheels in their mind, and I got it, that the new type of developers in the next decade will need to know much less about engineering in order to create way more innovative applications. So it's here.
1 year to 1 minute.
That's the innovation. That's the scale of the revolution.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And it's our job to not stop it. It's actually, when you look at it in a broader scale,
Yeah.
security industry have missed so many trends because of our approach to first stop it. We did it with cloud. That was in my previous company. We did it with containers. We did it with VMware.
We did it with devices, bring your own devices. We did it with all kinds of things.
Right, and then it's kind of, security is going to be an afterthought.
Right.
Let's see how that evolves, and then we're going to react, and then you miss a few good years of actually being able to inject security from day one into what happens, instead of, just be scared out of it.
Remember the concept, secure by design.
Yeah.
This allows you to build secure code up front, kind of by design. Remember, you're just putting in a prompt and it's building you the code. You can't get any more ground zero from a secure by design principle.
Right. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, this is awesome. Shahar, thank you for joining me today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me.
If you want to learn more, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Shahar, a great segment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Stay tuned. We've got more interviews coming at RSAC Conference 2025.
And here we are back at the RSAC Conference 2025. We're recording live here on CyberRiskTV and Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. It only took me, like 3 days to figure out west, east, north, and south. And then I learned I don't think there's an east. But you know, it was crazy. Yesterday we had all kinds of crazy traffic and things, but it's lots of fun. And today joining me for an interview is Eyal Benishti. Got it. Who's the CEO and founder, not just the CEO, but the founder, and I always like to talk to founders of IRONSCALES, which is a really cool company, and the master of email security everywhere. Hi, how are you doing?
Doing great. How are you?
I'm okay. I mean, it's this conference is, you know, it's a long conference, and we've been here for 4 straight days, but yeah, we're going, and it's a lot of fun. I was really excited to see you coming in because this is a topic that's very near and dear to my heart because I love scams. I report on scams all the time, and I think scams are a horrible blight because they don't just affect, you know, one thing or the other. They affect everybody from your grandmother to your family, and some people in enterprise say, well, I don't care about that, but I'm like, no, you do, because if your family members are getting extorted, they may turn that around on you. And I mean, phishing's been around. You and I were just talking about some historical thing. Phishing's been around as long as that history's been around, whether it was chain letters or you won the Spanish lottery. I remember when I was a kid, people getting hand typed letters saying you've won the Spanish lottery. If you just you write this check and send it here, we'll send you all your winning. And all that stuff has evolved into basic modern phishing, right? And then you were talking about Phishing 2.0. So this was the expansion, and I almost got hit with one of those. Normally, I'm pretty immune. I mean, I know I'm not immune. I didn't say that, but I almost got it. It had my daughter's name. It had my daughter's school. It said my daughter needed a signature, or she was going to be left at school when a trip started, and they needed it immediately because the bus was waiting, and if not, I needed to come and pick her up within 15 minutes. Yeah. And I was like, oh, okay, I got to handle this. And then I went, why would they contact me? They would contact my wife. And I was like, whoa, and I put it on my sandbox, now, so you were getting to Phishing 3.0, right? So tell us what is Phishing 3.0?
Which is, for most part, some of the things that you've just described. Like, you call it 2.0, but this is what we're going to see more and more in 3.0 as well. And the only thing that can make the distinction if it's 2 or 3, it's a question of who's behind this attack. If it's an agent, an AI, it's 3. If it's a human being, it's probably 2. But just to kind of maybe put things in context, Phishing 2.0 was kind of the point in time that we realized that threat actors are moving away from Phishing 1.0, which is all about the bad links, the bad attachments, like emails with typos, the Nigerian scams, right, and all these kind of things. I really started to target organizations and employees in a much more sophisticated way, which is more fraud and scam than trying to install.
Like that customization stuff started with your Phishing 2.0 of being able to embed very specific things, like putting your name in an email to me 15 minutes after this is over makes that a much more effective lure.
Yeah, so it's much more targeted. It's not necessarily about kind of trying to compromise your endpoint. It's about to lure you or try to make you do something that you're not supposed to do, like sign on this letter for your daughter, or wire money to the wrong bank account, or pay a fake invoice and stuff like that.
I mean, I responded to quite a few of those kind of scams, and I've actually consulted with some companies about how do you control, and I know this is not really your topic, but because it's so relevant, how do you control that trust relationship of just changing these account numbers, because I did 2 different companies where they had lost quite a bit of money simply, and one of them was just straight up off of an email. I mean, they emailed the only thing, I looked at the email for them, and the only thing that was legitimate in this email was the name of the president of the company. Yeah. And I'm like, anyone could do that. That's not clever. That's just, I did a web search and found out that you're the CEO of IRONSCALES. Okay, I can send out an email with your name on it all day long. And this employee just did not have the channel, and we were setting up sort of what I called the double key system, where, okay, anything over, because I just asked, what do you want to lose? You know, what are you comfortable with? You lose 10,000, 100,000, million?
Yeah.
I don't know. You tell
What's the
me.
threshold?
And anything over that, you're just going to need to put this double key system so they can't just go in and change an account.
It's a good example because the threat act, the cyber criminals, they know it. Like, you know, and this is exactly what they're trying to do now. They're trying to hack the process. Okay? They know that business processes are flawed and they're looking for loopholes, and they know that every company probably has this kind of threshold, and they're just trying to fly beneath the radar and find this kind of amount that will probably approved without the second key. Okay,
Right.
so and this is something that we see a lot with Phishing 2.0. They have a very good understanding of how the business is operating. They know who to target. They know who the mail should come from. To your point, like, it should come from the president or the CEO or the CFO. They're highly contextualized. So very, very hard to.
And that works. I mean, the more contextualized it is, the more likely it is to work, because I saw my daughter's name, my daughter's school name, the headmaster of the daughter's school, and you're going, okay, this is probably legitimate. But even then, I was like, oh, I don't know.
$10 billion in 7 years. I think it means it says a lot.
It's a huge industry.
Yeah.
I mean, they have customer support. They've got tech support for their products and all this kind of stuff going on. So one of the things that you were then bringing up is this Phishing 3.0, which has some of the same. It's obviously the same elements, but now we've added a whole new dimension to it to make it even worse. So why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
So to your point, they're trying to do the same thing. They're trying to scam us. They're trying to scam organizations and employees. What's makes Phishing 3.0 very interesting is that if with Phishing 1.0 and 2.0, it was all about text. Okay,
Yeah.
It's an email, maybe it's a text message. Now with generative AI and all the great technology that we are seeing coming out there, they are now able to introduce new modalities. So imagine not just receiving this email from your daughter's schools, but the principal or her teacher is now calling you on your phone, and it sounds exactly like her. Okay, and if you're in a business environment, now imagine one of the executives jumping on a Teams call or a Zoom call with you and repeating basically what he just asked in an email, a text, or a voicemail. So we are in Phishing 3.0, we are basically stepping into a multi-modality, multi-step type of scams and frauds that we call Phishing 3.0. It's becoming that text surface kind of is changing in a very significant way, and the level of sophistication and the persistency.
Have you seen any? I was just thinking just now when you were saying that, I was like, have you seen any cases where they were sort of coordinating? Like an email comes in that says, hey, this is from Bob, and then you get a phone call like, did you get my email? This is the president. Like, have you handled this yet?
It's a great question, because for some people they think that it's the future, that we are talking about the future, and the answer is no. It's happening.
It's happening now.
Right now, and there were dozens of stories. It's starting in Asia. We're seeing a lot of cases in Hong Kong and these areas of the world. But last week we've seen a case in Israel, my homeland, where a company lost $3 million to a Phishing 3.0 attack, where the attackers were taking all the steps from texting, voicemailing, and jumping on a Teams meeting, and the victim was 100% sure that they are speaking with the CFO of the company.
Yeah. I did one.
So it's happening right now. And,
I did. There was no email in this one. It was just a phone call to a person at night, and they were all remote employees. It was a phone call. It was from the CFO. They basically, said, hi, we have an emergency. And it was like something I would have done in an old pen test where,
the short answer to your question is yes. It's happening right now. It's multi-step, it's multi-modal, and it's super easy because all this great technology is now open source and is fully available for everyone, including cybercrime organization. 2 days ago, I saw that there is a new kit on the dark web that is offering Phishing 3.0 or Gen AI type of phishing kits to people to buy and deploy and make money.
And you just pay them a monthly fee, and they provide you with all that.
Exactly.
And they're even doing the deep fakes and providing the LLMs to build the deep fakes, because you could get video, now. So you can get a video call from, the president of your company. I'm going, well, that is him or her or whatever, and you're going, what do I do here?
And it's all happening as a service, and it's super easy to do that. Like, we're putting ourselves out there on social media, like it can be a LinkedIn or any other place. It's very easy to kind of grab a good picture of ours, and from a picture you can easily generate a video, and we now have demo tools to show how it can be done. And if you have your voice out there, it's it's ridiculously easy to clone it and use it.
I mean, I have no authority to do anything, but I was talking to somebody the other day, and I said, so you think there's enough content from me? And he was like, oh, there's so much content from you that we could deepfake your whole life. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, because I have thousands of hours of videos sitting out there on the web that anybody can access and probably has, and not, but in this case, there's nothing for good.
And by the way, if they don't, and we are seeing it happening with some of our customers, they will make some phone calls to these executives, and they will just trying to make them say something so they can record their voice. So if they are missing, they will go and harvest voices.
Yeah.
It's voice harvesting type of attacks. Again, finding an image is much easier because we all put our image, like pictures on LinkedIn and other kind of social media.
I like that, don't like that, but I like that idea that you call them and you ask them some questions. It's completely harmless, maybe. Exactly. And you're able to capture. This is sort of like the old 70s kind of recording and splicing the tapes together to get as in the movie Sneakers or something like that. So let's get to your main products. Now, I set up a lot of devices back over the years for people that were doing signature detection. They're looking at specific emails, they're looking at specific IP addresses, they're looking at very static, even to the point of saying anything that comes in with a Word file attached to it, it's blocked. But that's not going to beat all this stuff. So how that you said that was failing. How do we get to your product? What does it do? You tell me about how you're solving this problem.
So what we're doing basically is to say that, hey, if you really want to protect the user, you need to know the user. So we are attaching ourselves to people kind of, with Phishing 2.0, we're attaching to the people's inboxes, and we are really learning their behavior. We're really learning who they're communicating with, what trusted communication look like, what things are being discussed. And then we're using a very sophisticated anomaly detection models and natural language processing to extract context and the likes in order to be able to say, hey, maybe this email is not malicious by content, maybe the link, if there is a link, maybe the link looks fine, or the attachment or whatever, but what is being said on this email and where the email comes from, this doesn't kind of seems like something that we can trust based on previous communication. And by moving away from just chasing known threats, which is like a rear view mirror, you only know what's already happened, and moving into a world where it's almost like a zero trust in the inbox. We don't trust the email, even if we don't see any indication of compromise. We really want to know who is behind it and what's the intention, all the context, the contextual elements that are really missing with the legacy solution. This was allow us to catch the fish that they are missing. And again, if you look at the data, the number is on our website, we can show that in 30 days, for every 100 mailboxes, we will catch around 67 emails, real phishing emails.
That makes sense. I believe that because I get so many phishing. I don't see as many of them now because I've just written real basic static filters for certain tags and things like that. But so this is going to learn more about the things that I'm doing.
About you, yeah. And same for the deepfake. It will learn, how you conduct on meetings, where you connect.
So is that, so that is behavioral then? So that's
a lot of behavior. We're looking at the AI artifact. We're looking at language, we're looking at the video and the voice that are being generated. If we're talking about Phishing 3.0 for a second, we're looking at all these kind of things. But what makes us very, very unique is that we're looking at all the contextual elements as well.
That makes sense. Because I think about stuff I do, and probably 90% of it is very, almost static. It's not really static because now I'm emailing you or I'm emailing him, and but I'm the same person. So the things I'm doing. I like that idea. And what do you think the success rate is there? How effective is that?
So with VC, with the Phishing 2.0 business email compromise, if they don't use an AI solution to try and mitigate that risk, these attacks are very successful. And again, evidently, we measure it by, I think the right way to measure it is how much money they're able to do at the end of the day.
Sense.
And it's very funny, and a lot of cybersecurity experts, they miss this point, but BC attacks, the scams that we were just talking about, the fake invoices and fake wires, companies are losing more money to that than a ransomware attack. And ransomware has all this kind of things around it. So it's a big problem that is growing even faster. Now when we move to phishing 3.0, we're even more concerned because again, the continuous and persistent kind of nature of this attack, which is not just sending you an email and hoping for the best, or maybe sending a follow-up email to see if they can convince you anyway.
Right.
The use of other modalities, the fact that they can put someone that you know and trust in front of you asking you to do the same thing, this is where we believe we'll see an increase in their success rate.
And I think AI is enabling almost a it becomes almost continuous. They could send 50 things, and the 51st one is the one that gets through, and because they can automate this whole process, they can try to figure out where the chinks in the armor of all your defenses.
The thing with the AI now in phishing 3.0 that's it's becoming more agentic in nature.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which means we don't really need to tell the AI what to do. The AI can figure it by itself. I can tell him, hey, go and fish Doug, okay, and find the best way to do that. And the agent will be able to go and look for information about Doug, and will be able to do the ideation of, okay, based on what I've learned, this is how I think I can fish him, and then create the email. Okay, you can even create a fake landing page because it can code, and then it can run an attack end to end. And we believe that you have to fight fire with fire, which means if we fought phishing 2.0 and BC with AI, we have to fight phishing 3.0 with agentic AI.
Right.
So the future is very agentic. We see all the big kind of platform companies going into this kind of agentic world. We show that again, cyber criminals will adopt this type of technology as well. And we as Defender, we have to do that because it's all about being proactive. If you are reactive in tomorrow's, and even some will say today's, if you are reactive to what's happening out there, if you are sitting and waiting for the spear phishing email to happen, you already lost the battle. You have to be proactive, and in order to be proactive, you need to know how to deploy agents the right way to do all the proactive work.
All right, well, to find out more about IRONSCALES, please visit securityweekly.com/IRONSCALES RSAC. Thanks, Eyal, for coming and joining us today. It was a real pleasure to get to talk to you. We will be here all day. Stick around, and we'll be back after this break with more live interviews from RSAC 2025 conference. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Welcome back to RSAC Conference 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley in the center of Moscone West. I'm your host, Matt Alderman. Joining me for this interview segment is Brian Fox, Chief Technology Officer and co-founder at Sonatype. Welcome, Brian.
Thanks for having me.
Little did we know yesterday when we had breakfast that you were going to be up here and I was going to do the interview.
Surprise
with you
for both of us.
I know. I didn't realize it until this morning when I looked at my schedule. We're going to talk AI, a lot of people talking about AI, but from this perspective, more about open source AI. Mm-hmm. And so let's start a little bit with kind of the challenges around what are people doing when it comes to AI, the LLMs. Are they hosting it? Are they pulling it down, using it themselves? It's a combination of both. What are you seeing trend-wise on how the LLMs are being used?
It's all of the it's all of the above, frankly. And the area that we focused on, that our customers were asking us to help them with, is to understand when developers are using LLM models inside their applications.
Yeah. Right.
So a lot of the focus is on AI-based tooling around it, that developers might be leveraging to produce better code, Copilot-like use cases,
right.
Chat GPT-like use
right.
cases. But what we're finding increasingly is that the developers are finding these small models that are tuned for specific things useful instead of writing complicated algorithms. And so they pull down these models, bake them in like any other dependency in their software, and then ship it. And so this is sort of, out of sight, out of mind,
right.
is what we're finding. And we're finding, even I was surprised how many times we're finding those in applications. I was thinking, nah, they're not doing that. That's not, and I was wrong. And so, I've been coaching a lot of leaders. If you're not looking for this, if you don't have tools to look for it, just because you don't know it's there doesn't mean it's not there.
Right.
And so that's kind of the part that we're seeing, and we're trying to help people.
And so this obviously mirrors the early days of open source software too. We had kind of the same evolution, right? Yeah. People were pulling down open source software, embedding it into their applications, had no idea it was there. Mm-hmm. Then you realize, oh, it's there. Oh, crud. Now, right. Is it vulnerable? And all the other downstream effects. Kind of same thing here, right?
That's right. When we started solving, this problem, the open source governance problem 15 years ago, we would talk to leaders that said, nope, we're not using any open source. And we run the Maven Central repository. So all the world's open source Java components get downloaded from our infrastructure. And so we'd look at the logs and say, you downloaded 100,000 components from us last year. The fact that you think you're not using open source is a glaring hole, right? Yeah. And it's the same thing, because in their mind at the time, open source was Linux, OpenOffice, Firefox, these
right.
types of things, not the fact that 90% of their software was actually open source. Now, if you ask the developers, of course, they'd be like, yeah, of course we are. Why are you even asking? Right. And you get the same response for AI. It's the leaders who aren't aware that this rapid adoption is happening. And so there's the Wild West kind of aspect right. of this. And that's what we're trying to help people manage.
Yeah, so I assume this starts with inventory.
It does. If you don't know you have it, how can you even begin to manage it?
So do you use similar techniques in doing kind of software composition analysis techniques to find these libraries embedded in the code? Is that where we start?
That's exactly right, because from our perspective, they are just another open source component.
Okay.
They're big ones.
Yeah.
They're a little hairy and a little hard to quantify, but they are at that level just more components, right? So that's why it was easy for us to expand our platform to be able to do that. But what we've discovered as we've looked into this is there's a whole new set of metadata that you care about, right? So when you're thinking about open source dependencies, you tend to think about what's the open source license? Does it have any known vulnerabilities? Increasingly malicious, but that's a little bit of a side conversation. And what are the quality, right? Those are the three typical domains of open source components. When you start thinking about AI, well, of course you have still the license and the vulnerabilities, but now you have to deal with the license. What is the license of the software? What is the license of the model and the data that it was trained on? Might not be the same.
Right.
Right. What are the tuning parameters? And then there's other aspects. OWASP has defined a new top 10, the AI top 10, right? Mm-hmm. So it's things like these components have excessive agency. They can go off and do things, not just talk about things, right? They may be trained on not safe for work data. They may be biased, right? So besides the license and security, you have like all these new dimensions that you need to be able to understand. What are these models? what are the different parameters are they fit for our purpose? You don't want to bake one of these LLMs into your application and have it start spouting off at your customers. Right. And yet that's a very real possibility, because we're seeing these things are in applications and nobody who cares is really governing them. So of course that's a possibility.
So how do you determine those extra components, right? Because unlike a vulnerability, right? These may be more dynamic or somehow buried, right? Like there's not like this library, I don't think, you tell me if I'm wrong, but there's not like this library of, hey, by the way, here's all the LLMs and here's all the different parameters about them, and you just search for those. You have to figure it out somehow else.
It's still, I would say, very much an evolving space.
Okay.
There are metadata that you can collect from certain places. You can understand in some cases what the backstory on the model is, but there are a lot of unknowns, and the fact that it's unknown is a finding as well, right?
Exactly.
So if you can't attest to what these things are and where they are, you need to assume that they might not be safe. But again, it's the visibility, like you said, the discoverability, the visibility is the most important thing, and then you go from there. So I think there's going to be a lot of evolution in the ability to understand and track these things. But one of the interesting challenges around AI is that its power comes from the fact that it's not deterministic, that we didn't have to code every behavior, and yet it does some cool things. That's why we want to use it. Also, that means it's really hard to assess and test. If you take a piece of open source, people don't do this, but in theory, you could read all the code and understand what it does and get comfortable with the fact that there's nothing nefarious in there.
Right.
That's just not possible with AI, because there's petabytes and even more, whatever the next level is, of data in these models behind it. You can't review that. That's just not possible.
Right.
So how do you prove that these things are safe? I think that's going to be a big challenge, and for me, that leads back to a better trust model. If you can't prove all of the things, what you're left with is trusting the people who put the model together, who tuned it, trained it.
It's more of a reputational kind of check first.
That's right.
Like everybody knows DeepSeek, right? You read the license agreement, all that data is going to China, on their servers, right? And so that's pretty easy to go, yeah, you know what? We probably don't want to trust this.
Right, we can't prove it, but you kind of don't feel comfortable about it, right? And the same is true of many of these other components. They might be derivatives of a popular llama model or an Anthropic model or something like that, but somebody changed it. Do I trust those people? Maybe it's okay.
Maybe.
But maybe it's not. And that's where I think this ultimately ends up going, and trust around open source is not something we've nailed down perfectly well either.
True, but we definitely know trusted sources to go get open source.
We do,
right?
For sure.
It still could be nefarious because whoever's developing it could still have nefarious purposes, but we have repositories of places we typically trust to go get open source software. Do we start to build those sources? Are those sources being built in a similar way?
So like the repository, certainly like Maven Central that we run is the trusted source for open source Java. But that doesn't inherently mean that you trust every single person who's putting something in there, right? And in some cases you can, because you start to look at foundations, Eclipse, Apache, these types of things, and they tend to have a better vetting process. It's harder for malicious actors to get things through many eyes. So you can start to layer that trust in. But there's millions of projects out there that are sort of just one or two people that are working on them. They're not associated with a foundation, and as we sit right now, it's very hard to understand who they are. Can I trust them? The XZUtils attempted attack that we saw last year is a case of that, where there was a new committer who was probably a state actor, trying to slip things in. And so like we're just starting to really grapple with this on the open source side. I think actually the need in AI is going to be bigger. And I think the good news is it's actually going to force us to accelerate the whole thing. So whatever we do to solve the trust problem with AI is going to also be applicable to open source. And I think there's probably going to be a step function in our ability to do this. So I think actually it's a good news story as long as we do it quickly. If we leave that door wide open, it's going to be a problem for AI specifically.
Right. Inventory, metadata, what else? Are there other ways to understand? I think the biggest challenge for me is determining what the models do and the outputs of the models and stuff that you can't see until it's running, right? There's only so much you can do statically in these libraries and try to pull metadata, but then when they spin up, do they do something crazy? Do you see this evolution in not only, and we've kind of seen this in application security as well, you've got your static analysis, but then you have to understand what it's doing in runtime and almost compare the two. Like, I expected it to do this is what I analyzed statically, here's what it's actually doing. Do they align? And it's the yin and the yang of the runtime versus the stack. Is that where we have to evolve in this space a little bit?
Yeah, I think that's, we talked about that yesterday, right? That I think there's going to be an increased need for behavioral analysis on the runtime to detect the anomalies, because if a prompt is causing the system to do something nefarious, it's probably going to show up in the amount of CPU and processing that is happening for that prompt.
Right.
It would hopefully look like an outlier, right? So I do think for the models and the behavioral analysis, because it's not deterministic,
right?
But you can kind of start to build trends of what's normal. And start to look for the outliers. So yes, I do think that that's going to be, it's almost by definition going to be the equivalent of SAST and DAST on our normal code side.
Yes.
The only way to really understand it is at the runtime.
Yeah.
So I think it will sit in that same spot of the portfolio as sort of like belt and suspenders of understanding when something goes wrong.
Yeah, I can see that evolution. Companies that are struggling in this, where should they start? Like, where do they start? Do they start with policy, I think, or do they start with inventory, then put in policy?
Yeah.
Like, okay.
You need to start with inventory, defining the policy. They will say we have a policy of it not being used.
Yeah, right.
Until you can do the inventory authoritatively, how do you even know if your policy is even effective? So once you do the assessment, you get the inventory, then I think it provides the motivation to actually define and enforce the policy, not the other way around.
Yeah.
Because they've effectively done it and it's not working. And we saw the same thing with open source.
I know.
You can't use open source, and yet 90% of your software was open source.
Like 2 years ago, we saw this huge uptick and people were like, oh, it's all about AI, and everybody was rushing to try to test stuff, and then organizations went, whoa, time out. We're going to put policies in place. We're not going to allow you to do this until we understand the potential concerns around this. But it didn't matter because people are still doing it anyways.
That's exactly right. And that's where the inventory, the visibility becomes important.
Yeah.
Because without that, how do you know? How do you know that the policy is being followed? You could just make an edict and that's nice. It's not worth the paper it's written on.
Correct. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's always been part of the fun in security in general.
That's
anyways,
right.
is alignment to policy. One last question. How much intellectual property concern should organizations have in their core software by using these other types of LLMs? Because I know building a software product, there's certain license types I stay away from because they get me into IP trouble. I assume the same thing exists here?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, the license of the data is very important there.
Yeah.
But if you're worried about the IP of your stuff, that's a new dimension, one that's covered by that top 10. Understanding, is your data going back to a service? Is it being streamed somewhere? Because, in these AI models, the power comes from exposing it to your data. So it's almost worse than a piece of software that might be siphoning, one or two things in the old model. In this model, you're just like handing it everything, your whole source code potentially, all of your data. Again, that's where the power, it's by definition, you need to do that. But if you can't trust it, you don't have the data about what's happening, is the model training off of the back end of that, you can never get that data back. It goes into the model and it's there forever, right? So yes, that is one of the big fears, and that's why you really need to be careful about that. And imagine you were building a healthcare application, your developers put some model in there for a very small thing, but it had access to all the customer input data. Now you're talking health records, for example.
Exactly.
Right? That your developers didn't have access to, but at runtime it does. Now, if all that's being shipped off and trained on, that could be a really big problem.
It's not just an IP problem, it's potentially a privacy breach problem, too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right, it's both. Yeah, it really depends on what data is being funneled into that particular LLM.
Yeah, scary stuff. Always a pleasure, Brian. Yep. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
If you want to learn more, please visit securityweekly.com/Sonatype, RSAC. Brian, scary but good.
Yep.
Thank you for joining us again. All right, folks, stick around. We got more interviews coming here live at RSAC Conference 2025.
Welcome back to the RSAC Conference 2025. We're still here recording live from CyberRiskTV Studio in beautiful Broadcast Alley at the Moscone West. I'm Doug White, and joining me for this interview is Chad Alessi. I wanted this interview because I wanted to talk to you about this, but Chad is the Managing Director of Cybersecurity for CTGs, so that is really cool. Now, I really do, and I'm not just doing this because, you know, I heard you had a lot of money you were going to pay me, but yeah.
That comes later.
I think of all the people I got to talk to this week, this was one of the things I had not heard. It was something that just immediately came up to me as personal, because I do get these calls all the time, and it was about middle market cybersecurity issues. And I was talking to you earlier, I saw this presentation a few weeks ago where my client who had asked me to help them with this was listening to a pitch, and the pitch just literally started with, now first we'll want to meet with your SOC team members and we'll work with that before we begin a wider implementation. And the guy's like, I'm the SOC team, I'm legal, I'm IT support, I'm everything. And so, I think all those people are out there. This is a huge part of the industry. So what do you think are the biggest threats facing all those middle market companies?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it is one that we see continually over and over again with mid-market companies, where they just have one person who's trying to do everything, right? Everything, kind of a Swiss Army knife type of person who can kind of handle everything, and by the fact that they don't have the budgets or they don't have the money to even go and hire a full team to do it, is just kind of like, well, Doug, you're it. So good luck, congratulations. Yeah, so we're trying to deal with it. But the mid-market faces a lot of the same issues that some of the bigger guys were facing a few years back, but now the attackers have moved down to the mid-markets because they're easier targets.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is still the same things that we see as high priority. So, ransomware is a big issue that can seriously put someone out of business pretty quickly. And so we've seen things like even small veterinarian offices being hit with ransomwares. We've seen small businesses being hit with ransomware, and they're going after their backups as well. So they're trying to delete those. So they really are just disabling them altogether.
And I think that's shifting a little bit from what you were talking about. They were the second wave, but I also think because supply chain, a lot of attackers are starting to realize that, well, this is defended like crazy.
Exactly,
But those people that put the vending machines in the lobbies of the buildings that are connected to the networks have no defenses at all.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right. And that is one that keeps a lot of the CISOs and CIOs up at night, right? Is to say third-party, attack vectors are really a big problem, and it's a risk that they're trying to deal with. So we're seeing and we're hearing from customers and clients in the mid-market that it's not necessarily the attacks are becoming more sophisticated. It's really that the attack surface has grown so quickly and so vastly that it's hard for them to keep up, right? Because they don't have the teams to be able to handle it, nor do they have the budgets to be able to go to do it.
And like I say, I get that all the time with people. I even had one that I was working for them as a contractor, and they called me and they said, we need to arrange a, say, like week where our legal and accounting teams will fly in to audit your organization. And I said, it's just me.
Yeah.
There's no legal team, there's no accounting team, there's none of that. And they're like, oh, well, what?
Yeah.
And that, I think there's a lot of companies in that position, and they're not necessarily well marketed to by a lot of the players because that's just not their price point. And they're saying we're not really interested at below 10 million or something.
True. And a lot of the tools and controls today, right, are minimum $200,000, $250,000 just to get them into an enterprise type of environment. And it's just beyond the budgets they can afford.
We even saw that with police. Back when we were doing early forensics training, we would see forensics companies coming in and going, so we want to meet with your lab team separately from your like line team, and
we're all the same.
I'm the high-tech crimes officer. I've had no training other than they set a laptop on my desk. And it was just a little crazy.
Yeah, we see that a lot too. We've done some incident response planning right around that and trying to help with the resiliency. And we go, okay, well, we need to, get all the teams together. And they go, well, it's just one person, so we'll get that together for you. Right?
It should be quick.
It should be quick, right? So we're working with that individual to come up with a plan for them. And I think it's a matter of just setting your expectation when you go in and work with those mid-market companies to say, these guys really need help. And we need to come in from their perspective, meet them where they want to be met. And that's what we try to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, is it just money and the dollars and all that keeps like these middle market companies from being able to get into this space? And should they just be like, forget it? You know, we might as well just say we're nothing we're going to be able to do.
Yeah, no, I think budgets are a big thing, right?
Obviously.
Because you have to deal with it. You have to work through within their budgets and their means, but it's not the most important thing. And particularly for us, we try to help our clients understand it's really about visibility and prioritization, right? It's understanding what you have in your environment, what's your biggest risk you have there, really knowing what that is, and then trying to prioritize the amount of controls that you want to layer in and get the biggest bang for your buck. So looking at your security goals, matching that with your business strategy. And so what is the biggest risk if you lose a system? How can it impact the way you can actually generate revenue and make money? And then prioritizing those systems and being able to layer in those controls at the lowest cost you can to be able to be effective and do that, right? And you're really looking at, are we spending money for the sake of just layers of defense? Are we actually prioritizing the highest risk and then mitigating that risk with some control that we can put in place? And really trying to measure that return on investment to say, okay, it makes sense for us to install a particular application because this is going to reduce the amount of risk we have today. But if it doesn't make sense and it doesn't align with your business strategy, what's the point, right? Because if it doesn't reduce a risk, then you're just adding for the sake of adding.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's the way controls get applied, and I mean, I did a lot of like compliance auditing and things like that, and when we were looking, and a lot of the compliance auditing we were doing was for a large company, but it was a large company that had bought small companies, and again, that was sort of awakening for me because I'm walking into a company where, again, we're going like, can you get your accounting team out here? I've got my accountants ready to talk to them, and they're like, oh, I'm the whole thing.
Exactly.
I'm the whole bit of it. So now, so I'll tell you what I think, and you can tell me what the answer is.
Sure.
One of the first steps I usually talk about with this is understanding your data flows.
Yeah.
Because to me, to understand your threat surface, you have to understand what you have.
Yeah.
And a lot of times they don't. A lot of times it's like, well, we think there's a server here, and oh yeah, we had that thing set up in 2 years ago, and it may still be there. I mean, what are your like first steps, practical steps that people need to be moving if they're in this realm? I mean, they're not just able to go, okay, we'll get a bunch more money and we'll go.
Yeah. We do that same exact thing. So we try to meet them where they're at, right, to understand where their greatest risk is. So for mid-market particularly, if you go in telling them, well, we need to do a full, a formal risk assessment, their eyes will glaze over and they'll be like, yeah, that's not our process, right? So we have to go in and say, all right, well, let's start with doing a network analysis, understanding what those data flows are. Something simple. We're not going to put a scanner on your network and start scanning those things. Let's just grab some packets, do some analysis on those packets, understand what the origin and destination type of IPs are. How are these things communicating? What does your network segmentation look like? Do you have ability to actually quarantine or even triage an issue if it actually comes in? Setting them up for that resiliency discussion and handling if you do in fact have a effect, because it's not when, it's if, right? And at this
because
point,
that's what you need to do. I mean, because I remember going to a place, and one of the questions we would ask was, do you have a network diagram?
Yeah.
And the person said, very smug, said, yes, I do. I said, could we see this network diagram? And he goes, yes, let me get that for you. And he goes over and he gets this paper,
Right.
and puts it on the table. And I was looking at it, and I said, does that say IPX SPX right there? And he said, yes, it does. And I said, so you're running IPX SPX network? And he was like, I don't know what those letters mean. And I said, so what kind of network are you running? And he was like, just the usual kind. And so again, I immediately attached my sniffer, and I'm going, okay, let's see what's on this network. I'm like, no, this is not IPX SPX. Okay, this is TCP/IP. And he's like, oh yeah, I've heard that before.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, so when was this diagram? And he flips it over and he goes, it's like 1989 or something. And I'm like, who is this guy? Bill whatever. And he goes, oh yeah, I think he retired like 12 years ago.
Yeah, exactly.
And that was the last time this thing had been updated.
Right, yeah.
So getting that, I think,
exactly.
And then that data flow is right on the back end of that, right?
Exactly.
And I don't care what size you are. You need to understand these things
Yeah,
because
yeah.
you can't understand your threat surface until you understand what is being threatened.
Yeah, and that's how we find shadow IT, right? And we get these things and new applications that have been added that were 5-10 years ago, or even when Bob or Jim were there that wrote it back in '86. Oh yeah, they added that. But we're not quite sure why we added that, but it's still there. And it's still laying dormant. We haven't done an upgrade on it. We haven't done a patch on it.
Could still be IP access.
Exactly, yeah. So you don't know what you have, like you said, until you go into it. So
I saw one once where they had, we were scanning network. We saw a bunch of weird stuff. I was like, do you have any idea what this is? So we grabbed the packets, and they were unencrypted. We were just looking at them. And I'm like, I think this is EBCDIC.
Wow.
And it was literally like encapsulated EBCDIC traffic, and it was an AS400. And I said, where's the AS400? We did a full walkthrough. I didn't see any AS400. This is a bigger company, but it wasn't a huge company. And they were like, we used to have that. And I'm like, well, you apparently still do.
Still do, yeah.
Turned out it was in this person's house.
Wow.
And that person had it in their basement, had agreed to take it when they were right-sized out of a job, and said, I just love it so much, I'm going to support it. And they had all this customer data on there and just crazy stuff. It was insane. I mean, I mean, so I guess another part of this question would be, how do we get to be more proactive at this in this space? Because it's very easy to talk to a very, multi-billion-dollar company about this, but it's a lot harder when you're talking to a regional chain of car dealerships that have just as much of a threat surface as that multi-billion-dollar company.
Yeah, it's a good question, and one that we get a lot. And they're always concerned that, I need this huge enterprise budget to be able to be proactive because we just don't have the budget to do it. What we try to tell clients is you don't have to have a huge budget. You just need to have good practices in place, right, to go and do that. So it's much like us going to the doctor and getting a checkup. You have to do those checkups periodically to understand whether or not you have a 90% blockage in your heart, right? You don't know it until you get a problem or something happens, and hopefully it's not a catastrophic heart attack. You're going and getting those regular updates and checkups. So doing the simple blocking and tackling, trying to understand, do you have policies and procedures in place to handle an event if you in fact have that event? How do you actually go in and see if you do have things on your network that you didn't know you had, right? Trying to get that visibility like we talked about earlier. If you don't have visibility, you can't control or you can't protect what you don't know you don't have, right? And so understanding that, and that doesn't take a huge budget to do, right? You can do that. And then moving from that proactiveness and moving into that proactiveness, it's really going through, and the same thing that you mentioned, look, 86 is the last time we updated our network drawing. Well, we need to do that regularly. We need to do that updating periodically. And so it's the same way as we go for a regular checkup to our doctor, we need to do that periodically on our cybersecurity controls, looking at our network, looking at the assets we have in our environment. If we've decided we're going to acquire another regional, either car wash or another car dealership, then we're adding new assets to our company. We need to go evaluate those and make sure that we're keeping that control in place.
And I have one other word to add to that, which is commitment.
Yeah, I like that.
One of the things you see, and we all know this, and you know this, is that we'll do that soon.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest things I see for middle market companies is to actually commit.
Yeah.
Not just, Ted will get to it when he gets to it, but he also needs to go put that and then all the wiring in that other dealership we just started. You've got to find a way to put those people committed to these tasks and make them the same priority as everything else instead of letting them be this like, we'll do it someday. And that's why the network diagram's from 86.
And that's another great one because that prioritization, right, becomes a big issue. We see that a lot too, where we go in and we start asking questions about a particular asset or something that they purchased or maybe they put in. And we go, hey, do you have this particular control around it? I mean, something as simple as like MFA or something like that they want to try to roll out. They go, we're going to do that. We've got that on the budget. We're going to do it in 2 years from now or 3 years from now. And so that's a risk that they're just sitting out there going, we'll do it. We're committed to do it, but it's just not as a higher priority right now for us. We're going to do other things, right?
And so your big role is then providing solutions to try to help. And obviously you understand the plight of these, these companies. So I mean, is that the main role that you guys pursue?
We do, yeah. So our goal is really not just to come in and sell you a tool or a product, right, or a control, and then try to get an implementation cost on top of that. And it's really that stacking of the rates in there, so we're making a bunch of money off of you as a company, and you don't give any value out of it.
Right.
What we try to do is come in and really build that resiliency. right, today. And so we help those clients with things like you talked about. How do you be more proactive around your cybersecurity? How do you handle the small budget that you might have and the small limited team that you might have in there to actually be able to implement these things? And then building that resiliency around it. And how do we respond to an event if it happens, right? Because it is going to happen, right? And we're going to be able to have to deal with it either way. Either we catch it early because we have a control in place that can actually do that.
Yep.
So then now we knew that we use that as some early learning opportunities for us. And then we try to build that into that resiliency, like you said, to become more proactive and make that cybersecurity proactive.
Yeah. And I would also say test it.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
I mean, that's another thing people neglect. And one of the things we used to do when we did DRP.
Yeah.
I know it's not called that anymore, but I would walk in and I would go like, okay, your entire dev team went to lunch and they never came back. Don't worry about what happened to them, but they're not coming back. Let's just say they're not coming back. Who do you call first? You know, and you would get CIOs going, I call Steve, and you go, okay, call Steve on your phone right now. And like, oh no, no, call him right now. I want you to call him.
Yeah.
And they're like, does anybody know Steve's number? Anybody?
They don't know it. Yeah.
And they're like, Steve retired, and they're like, okay, who do you call now? And and sometimes you get two names, and then it all peters out. So you do have to test.
Well, absolutely. And so I love that scenario because that is one of the first things we do when we grab someone's DR plan or DRP, as we, as you say, we go right to the contact list. How old is that contact list? And when you look at that contact list, and if it's old and stale and people are on there that haven't even been there in 10, 20 years, or even 5 years, you know that the DR plan is
I used to ask CEOs to show me their contacts on their phone. I'm like, I want to see it. Show me the numbers, and I'm going to dial one of them. Just like, is the CISO in there? Is legal in there? And they're like, oh no, Marjorie handles all that. I'm like, hey, Marjorie didn't come back from the airport yesterday. We don't know where she is.
Right.
What do you do? And they're like, okay, I'd be helpless at that. I mean, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Chad. To find out more about CTG, please visit securityweekly.com/CTGRSAC. And thanks, Chad, for joining us today.
Appreciate
it was a pleasure. I really enjoyed it.
pleasure.
I will be back shortly with more content here, in fact, really shortly, at RSAC 2025 conference.
Thanks, Doug. Appreciate it.
You bet. We're back at RSAC Conference 2025, and we are recording live here from CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley at Moscone, not East, West. I ended up walking into somebody's house yesterday. But I mean, I'm your host, Doug White. I am from Security Weekly News, and I asked for this interview particularly because joining me is Benjamin T., who is the Ecosystem Vice President for the University of Singapore, which you may not know this about me, but I love Singapore, and all my college roommates were from Singapore, and you know, it's a great place. They have great food. It's beautiful. They have good weather. The weather's always the same.
It's the same, yes.
Singapore never changes. Now, all of my old roommates couldn't get into the University of Singapore, which was familiar with me, but you know. So welcome here, Benjamin.
Glad to be here.
Yeah, you had a long flight.
Yeah, so
not
just
too
arrived
bad
yesterday,
though,
yeah.
to San Francisco.
Still getting over jet lag, but I'll do my best.
Yeah. Okay. When did you get here?
Got here yesterday morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's still on that 12 hours.
That's right. Still.
Okay. Now you've done a lot of outreach. I mean, this is your big focus, promoting Singapore. Like I saw you had done the NUS Overseas Colleges program, and then you had a bunch of other research programs, and you built your own companies, and
that's right.
AI, robotics, and medical. So I'm a little like, maybe they shouldn't let me talk to you. I mean, I may not be in your league, but the thing that you want to talk about is called the Center. And so that's called the SG Talent Innovation Growth Collaboration Center, right?
That's right.
So
yes,
why don't
mouthful,
you
but-
tell us what that is to start with?
Sure. Well, our mission really is to advance and grow Singapore's cybersecurity ecosystem through very strategic partnerships with the government as well as the public sector, industries, startups, including startups, because we think that the ecosystem pieces that's required for a vibrant cybersecurity landscape in Singapore is really about three things: talent, innovation, and growth. So we just named it TIG.
Yeah.
And importantly, we have to collaborate across different sectors, and that's why it's a collaborative center.
Okay. So how do you? I mean, Singapore wasn't always known for being a cybersecurity center, right? I mean, it's been known for other things, but how do you go from that to becoming a competitor in the world?
Right. Well, frankly speaking, our journey is very young. We have set our sights on becoming a premier and vibrant cybersecurity ecosystem. We are getting there. We are not exactly there, which is why I think this center tries to really boot scale ourselves quickly in the cybersecurity space. I think Singapore is a very trusted brand. We have very efficient systems, and we want to make sure that we have the ability to maintain such trust. And therefore, cybersecurity, right? We've just seen this tremendous growth in cybercrime, trillions of dollars and loss and so on. So we think that we really want to secure our physical capabilities as well as the digital capability, and hence cybersecurity. Today, we just talked about it, permeates everywhere. Everybody at some point have had a brush with the cybersecurity alert, and we're just seeing so much instances of hacking and systems failure that we think now is the best time to help consolidate our efforts through this center we call TIG. And the nice thing is, it's like the tiger for cybersecurity. TIG also rhymes with tiger. So I think we really aim to bring together the best of government, the best of private sector, and the best of academia.
Okay.
National University of Singapore is really a premier institution
Right.
when it comes to cybersecurity research and computer architecture. Everything related to software, we are pretty top notch. We have great researchers. But what we lack, I think, is the ability to interface very strongly with the private sector, together with government, I would say, policy making that will allow us to leapfrog ahead and build a very trusted brand in cybersecurity for Singapore.
I think that's a common problem. I mean, I did a lot of work with that back in like 2005 or something, and we were looking, not trying to necessarily grow a center of cybersecurity, but we were looking at the problem of small and middle-sized companies, state, local government type agencies, which had very little funding in the United States for this and very little interest in this because they just didn't feel threatened. And also then federal, so that's the national level government, and private sector. And when we first went to this, I thought, it's obvious. I'll make these calls, everybody will be like, yeah. And instead, I was like, there is no way we would ever participate in any information sharing with anyone, you know. And it was
Right.
just like, whoa, and we got this stonewall.
Yeah.
So how do you start to pull all those things together?
Well, essentially you articulated what we call a cold start problem or chicken and egg problem. Essentially, you kind of need to demonstrate that you have the ability to help companies first, and usually to reduce the friction of that, government policies, financial support tends to help, and so that's why in the center, and actually we've been partnering with CSA, Cybersecurity Agency of Singapore, for a while now, even predating the center. We have launched programs like CyberCall, where we encourage private participants, private companies, to look for solutions to match them with startup capability that are innovating, and helping them consolidate it into a real project with a fixed time frame, so that the outcome can be very measured. In this way, we've started to see some interesting successes around this program, where companies who have gone on to our program and have developed solutions for our industries, for example, maritime, have actually been gone on to get acquired after the program, right? And we actually support it up to $750,000 for a project.
Okay.
Yeah.
So people come to you. So pretend I have something valuable, which I don't. A private company with something for maritime, and I bring that to you, and then this is going to be supported by your.
Yes.
So does that have to be in Singapore?
Yeah. So
Okay.
the good thing in Singapore is very global. We have no domestic flights,
yeah.
right? So in some way,
Yeah.
and because of the fact that I think we're trying to encourage more positioning in Singapore as cybersecurity hub, being in Singapore makes a lot of sense for companies to
Right.
enter, and we kind of require that ability for the company to be to actually do most of the activities in Singapore, to help our local enterprises or large companies based in Singapore.
And I mean, and that's a great location for Oceania and Southeast Asia for sure, because
right.
Singapore is the sort of central hub of that whole
Exactly, yes.
region, from New Zealand all the way
Yeah.
on back up in to China and Japan and
Yeah.
all that. So because a lot of flights connect through there,
Yes.
even if you're going to Japan or somewhere.
That's
sometimes
right. That's
like
right. Within a 6-hour window, you can go to most of Asia Pacific
Yeah.
from Singapore.
Singapore International Airlines.
Yes.
Very nice airline.
it's a great airline,
that
yes.
I've always liked, but
It's a great way to fly.
It is a great
It's
way
the
to
tagline.
fly. They should give me first class for that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you heard that. So at what stage is the project? So how is it advancing now?
Yeah, great question. I think we are really looking at projects from small seed-funded companies to larger, medium-sized cybersecurity companies. The projects can range from government requirements, on-prem, off-prem type of security systems, to full-scale deployment across multiple sectors.
Okay.
So the project size is really limited by the amount of funding we can provide, which is up to 750,000. So depending on whether that is something that the company is interested to build for, right, it's up to the company to choose the amount they will need to support a solution being deployed for our, I call clients, but really it could be government or it could be private sector.
And so that's like an incubator then. So I mean, it's like I'm gonna propose my company. I'm gonna bring my seed money and your seed money, come to Singapore, get set up.
That's right.
And then we can develop that. What would our obligation to you on that be?
Right. So that's also another great point, right? Because we are very collaborative, we actually include, beyond just CyberCall, which is a government-funded program, we actually have what we call a innovation platform, right? Where we allow companies to get accelerated through our partnership with Plexo in UK, for example, where we bring best-in-class acceleration programs for younger companies to get to scale deployment. So this partnership just started, right? And I think we're slowly expanding. I think today we have helped 20 plus companies through such programs. So there's an acceleration part for earlier stage funded companies. There's also a scaling part for later stage larger companies that want to bring their technologies into Asia, right? And Asia in the next 10 years will have a GDP in the top 4 or 5.
Absolutely.
Right. So I think as a collective whole, as a block, is quite interesting.
It's a rapidly growing region. I mean, it always has been a very important region, but I think in the cybersecurity realm, it's a rapidly growing region and may well be the next big hub. It sounds like from that. Are there opportunities for other non-companies, like, so obviously some of my viewers are academics. Are there opportunities for academic interventions from, say, the University of pick someplace, and they get involved in these projects as well?
Absolutely,
Okay.
right. I think one of the other programs that the CASA run is a research platform, and we actually do encourage research collaborations across the world with top researchers, right? So I think one way is to just look up TIG, send us a message about your interest and what kind of cybersecurity solutions you're deploying or thinking of deploying, and let us help you connect to the right parties within the Singapore ecosystem, right? Yeah.
Because I mean, when we were looking at this stuff, we were trying to build like back end pieces for like small and medium. I was really focused on trying to help small and medium sized businesses, because the big companies, I was like, they got this.
Right.
But we had a lot of those, and we had police agencies. We were trying to find ways to back end that into academics so that they could say, here's what we need. And maybe there were some academics who could build, develop or research those kind of those products for them to get those out.
That's right.
I don't know how successful that was, because we didn't have the kind of resources that you do, and we didn't have you.
Yeah.
We should have hired you to come in and run it, but it was really a public service thing rather than an actual regional try to focus kind of thing like that. So now you told me that this is the first time that you've been represented at RSAC. So you want to tell me a little bit about that? Like, how did that come about?
So we actually, for the first time this year, actually have a booth we call the Singapore Pavilion, where we showcase 6 cybersecurity companies
Oh, that's cool.
from Singapore, ranging from IoT to various cybersecurity solutions. And I think what we hope to do, really, I think we see RSA as an important platform to position Singapore as a global cybersecurity hub because of the people that you're able to bring to RSA.
Right.
And we see that our ability to bring some of our technologies here to showcase hopefully can land deals cross countries, right, between US and Asia.
Yeah, I mean that's visibility. That's the first thing of marketing,
like
right?
being on this show helps.
Absolutely,
for example, right?
and the more people that hear your message, you may get talent on the way and
right.
whatever.
Talent is the
you do have
the
that going
key,
for
yes.
you, because some people are trying to attract talent to places nobody wants to go.
Yes, right.
And Singapore is really nice. I'm just telling you, like Singapore is not sponsoring me.
I have to agree. Yes.
I guess my last question for you is what makes this different? I mean, what's making you unique compared to all the other places that might be trying to do things like this?
Well, I think what's generally in Singapore, we tend to think in multi-decades. And what's unique is we really want to start at a very high level, saying, look, this is cybersecurity is of national strategic importance. We aim to build a collaborative platform between private, government, and academia, right? Which is very rare, I think, for most institutions to be able to have that high concentration of resources. And that's something that I think makes us a little bit unique. And the fact that we don't have domestic flights, so we welcome everybody into Singapore as well as from Singapore outwards. So in that sense, we are highly global, and that lends very well to cybersecurity, which is a global enterprise. I don't think, despite all the challenges that we see, cybersecurity will play an important role for everybody.
Yes. Everyone's equally impacted. The threat surface is not like isolated. It's like everywhere, and we're all at risk. So would you say that because Singapore is small in size?
Right.
I mean, there's a lot of people there, but it's a very small island. Would you say that interaction between government and academia and industry is facilitated by that size? I mean, everybody's close. I mean, it's how big is the island?
The island is roughly about 700 square kilometers, and we have about close to 6 million people.
Right, so everybody's pretty close.
Yes, high
and
density.
that means you can walk to some other place and meet up with them. So, I mean, so would you say that kind of helps to enmesh all this?
Absolutely. I think the center exists because just putting people together, 1 + 1 just gives you 2. The center creates a synergy where 1 + 1 is greater than 2 because we lower the activation energy to form bonds, right? Okay, coming from a physics background. So we just aim to allow stronger bonds to be forged between participants across various sectors. I think that's the difference the center brings, right? Very concerted, fully resourced, multi-million-dollar effort from the government, from National University of Singapore, and the private sector. Over time, we aim to grow this significantly. And I think that we only started the center in September 2023.
I think it's smart. I mean, I think it's a great location
Thank you, yes.
for a growing region that is equally impacted by cybersecurity issues and so forth. So I think it was a smart move, and Singapore is a very, very central, easy to reach location in that very stable economy, very stable
Yes,
government,
that's right.
and all those things that you
Absolutely.
kind of want
Yes.
when you're putting companies in various locations internationally. Because when I get asked for international consulting questions, I used to do consulting for people that were planning to open business in China, and one of their first questions was almost always, "What do you think about this city?"
Right.
You know, and I mean, China's pretty stable, really, but they were like, "What do you think about this city?" You know, and it's like, I don't know, I haven't been there. Maybe you should send me there and I'll check it out. But you know, Singapore is just such a stable place, and it's been there for a long, long time, and so that sounds exciting.
It's very exciting. Please come to Singapore very soon.
I hope so. Wouldn't that be awesome? Well, if you want to find out more about CyberSG, please visit securityweekly.com/CyberSGRSAC. Thank you, Benjamin T, for coming on the show
Likewise, my
today.
pleasure.
And thank you again for being here watching me. I think that's my last interview at this year's RSAC conference. So thanks for having me on. If I don't
Save
get
the best for
banned-
the last.
Is what?
Saving the best for the last.
This guy. But that, I tell you, that's you stick around though. We got more content. There's still more to go here at RSAC before this all wraps up this evening. So thank you for joining me, and I'll see you again soon on the Security Weekly News.
We're back at RSAC Conference 2025, broadcasting live from the CyberRiskTV booth at Broadcast Alley in Moscone West. We're on the final lap here, getting ready to shut this whole thing down. The foot traffic is slowing down. People are starting to head to the airport. People are staggering along that walk of shame from having gone to one too many parties last night. But we're gonna get through this.
We are.
I am the co-host of Paul Security Weekly, Jeff Mann, and I'm here today, this session, to talk to Matthew Warner, who's the CEO and co-founder of a company called Blumira.
I am.
Matt, welcome.
I'm excited to be here.
How are you holding up from this week?
I'm doing well. Doing well.
Pacing yourself well?
I wouldn't say pacing myself. I've been recovering since Monday still, but here I am. I'm doing well.
You're one of those, oops, I did a little bit too much on the first night?
Yeah.
I learned that lesson a few years ago.
I never learned my lesson, apparently.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, tell us a little bit about yourself, how you got into cyber.
Sure, yeah. So I've been in IT and cyber for about 20 years, primarily in either, MSPs or doing my own startups. Blumira actually came from me working through an MSP, building out their SOC services, and just being sick of trying to make Elasticsearch work for us.
Gotcha.
It was just too much work for an MSP to really drive forward. Everyone was getting up at night having to fix stuff, and it just really wasn't worth it to the MSP.
Right.
And I was one of those crazy people that said, what we could do? Rebuild everything. And that's what we did.
We can make it better.
We can
stronger,
make it better.
Faster.
Exactly. Yes. So that's what we did. We spun out of that MSP, started Blumira about 7 years ago.
Right.
And for me, I've been a SOC operator running MSPs in IT for a long time. And if I know anything, it's that you got to build stuff so people can still sleep at night.
Right.
And got to reduce that paging on call. Like, that is my goal. It always has been my goal. And when we started Blumira, our motto was, we don't want to wake up at night. And that is our motto that has continued through to all of our customers as well. So we are here really to help.
This is not just a random
piece of
swag. There's a subliminal message.
Yes. Everyone should sleep more, especially at RSA. Not that I took my own guidance here, but I'm just saying, it's important.
But it was a choice.
It was a choice, exactly.
That's an important distinction.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. So you started Blumira. You think you can make it better, stronger, faster?
Yes.
And other than doing that, why did you do that? Who are you trying to reach?
Sure, yeah. So, 2018, this was before the crazy boom in some regard for where things went during COVID and security. Right. And as we've continued to move through, I think a lot of us see that, thinking back 5, 10, 20 years ago, the SMB, mid-market, and MSPs and MSSPs have always been left behind by security technology.
Right.
Realistically, almost no one makes technology for them, or they make it for a weird segment within that, and it really isn't supporting them in their growth. Right. The way we really like to look at this, and we have since the beginning, is that an organization that grows their security maturity, an MSP that can grow their security maturity and grow the maturity of their customers, will be more secure over time, will be better as an organization, and will just operationally be better.
Right.
It's something that it's really easy to miss in security, that if you are doing security well as an MSP, as an organization, you will be healthier because you're following those processes, you're putting in that work, you know what's happening in your organization. So we've built Blumira really to focus into how can we help people get better? How can we help the people that work at that MSP really be able to deliver the service that's best for them and their customers?
Right.
And how do we make sure that everyone is secure? We see that everywhere on the floor AI this year.
Right.
We are, of course, like everyone, is working on AI. But really the way that we look at that is, you can't remove the tier 1 of security. You have to provide AI that makes people better and really aligns to what the human needs. We cannot kill the tier 1 and the entry level of cybersecurity. What will we do in 5 years, 10 years? Who is going to take those jobs?
Right.
AI does not make security. The people who build it do.
Right. Well, and for all the hype of AI, and I've had several discussions of really passionate, geeky people that are into it, that are like, this is game changing. This is not quite the Black Obelisk 2001 moment, but, more along the invention of the steam engine type of moment, where we're shifting to a new age. And I get that, but it's still a tool.
Yep.
And it's still got to be utilized
by people.
Wielded well.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all we need to say about AI.
Yes.
Let's talk about how there's this neglected, underserved segment of society, which is the small, medium-sized business, which, I've been a PCI QSA for 20 years, and in theory, I only work with the big guys, the big merchants and retailers and service providers, but that's like 1% of the companies out there. And, most of what's going on over here at the chaos that's the expo floor is everybody's going after the enterprise. Everybody's the whale hunting. And what's left for the little guy? And it necessarily has to be organizations that can pull together the expertise and lend themselves to the many. So I sincerely appreciate that you have a vision for that and do that, and
I appreciate that.
Can't help but try to promote it as much as possible. I mentioned PCI. I imagine you stumble upon that every once in a while. And the new requirements and the in its own way kind of game-changing way that they've actually updated finally version 4, a lot of the language and a lot of the requirements, because people couldn't read it and translate it to modern technology. They actually had to put the words in. But clearly has a big impact on MSPs that are trying to, they're the ones that are receiving all the outsourced from the merchants. We've got a third party that does it. Out of curiosity, are you guys PCI compliant yourselves?
We actually were PCI compliant for a number of years. We moved away from PCI compliance about a year and a half ago to focus more on SOC 2. That's something we could pick back up. We don't see actually, internally, we don't try to hold any card data, as you can imagine. We don't want to be a service provider when it comes to that. But when it comes down to how we provide PCI support and how we align to PCI, it's really the big changes we've seen with 4 have really been an expansion in the logs that people are required to collect and view. I know a big change for a lot of our customers was that they had to start collecting their door logs, and they had to start collecting how people are actually accessing the scoped areas. A lot of our customers never thought about that before. And really more importantly, a lot of that technology is from the early 90s, if not later than that. So it really became this interesting challenge of how do we support SMBs and the technology they invested in 10, 20 years ago, and actually make it something that meets the compliance standards of PCI, pull that data into Blumira, and really give them the visibility they need. And a lot of what we hear across the SMB, to your point, is that they really aren't able to get the visibility they need across the tool sets that are available to them. It's really easy in the SMB to assume that the SMB needs a black box and just needs to do it for them. But in my experience, what people need is something that they can really sink their teeth into. It shouldn't be hard, it should make their lives easier, but it does need to expose that ability for them to meet PCI through reports already being available to them, making sure they're getting the log data they need, making sure they're getting the visibility and alerts they need, to really ensure that when they go into that SAC, they are answering the questions the right way and they're seeing the
it needs to check the box. But I mean, I've always tried to push my clients towards, don't just check the box. Actually embrace it and understand the context of why this is important and why it matters and why it should matter to you. I'm sorry for doing the shameless sales pitch on air, but I am a QSA and work for a QSA company, and you guys fall into this kind of weird in between category. But anybody that's a security provider and an MSSP, you're not touching the card data, but you're adjacent.
They are.
PCI has this or could impact the security of card data, which I have a lot of customers that sort of fit into that nebulous category, and some fully embrace, we definitely fit squarely into that, so we're going to be PCI compliant, so that if for no other reason they can answer the question when they're trying to sell their services. Of course we're PCI compliant, so we'll talk later. But even in version 4, there's been logging requirements from the very beginning, centralized logging, daily log review. Now
Those are my favorite.
Now it's required to be automated.
And
I made an emphatic point. I'm sorry.
You're too excited. Here we go.
All right, you hold it while I'm talking.
All right, I'll hold it. There we go.
We'll take turns.
Love it. Here we go. We'll hold it together.
But that's got to help you guys. But in that context, what do you do to help? You're providing the services for your clients. Do you try to help provide context, and we're giving you information. This is what you do with it. This is what you should care about, type of thing.
Yeah, so that's really the biggest thing with SMB. You have to provide context. Will it stay? Will it stay? We good.
All right, don't touch the
We
table.
got it. So for us and for SMB, you have to provide that context. It doesn't
Right.
matter if it's a detection, it doesn't matter if it's a piece of data, you have to provide context because realistically, most people in SMB are IT focused, not security focused, and they're getting pulled into that compliance work in a situation where they are not experts on compliance.
Right.
Very few people are QSAs.
Yep.
And it's important for...
And even fewer are good QSAs.
Yes,
Did I say that out
that
loud?
is very accurate. Very, very accurate, yes.
Right.
So it's important to provide that context for them so they know, and when they go into that process, and we provide as much support as we can. We have our own security operations center and support center that provides them that kind of like, if you want to talk about your compliance, let's talk about it.
Right.
Like, let's make sure you get what you need. If it's PCI, if it's SOC 2, if it's CMMC, if it's ISO, like, you're going to have complexities. Let us help you solve those for you. That's really how, as Blumira, we don't provide services. We don't believe that services are how it should work. Instead, it's just something that's part of the product. If you need help, you just reach out. We're going to help you.
Right. Yeah, fair. Or, I mean, do you have partners that you can refer
Yeah.
people to when they do
And that's
need
what
to
the
talk to
MSPs are
somebody?
for. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we want MSPs to grow. We want MSPs to thrive. And the way to do that is for us not to be a competitor to the MSPs, but rather enable them to drive their services.
Right. And with the focus being on, we actually want to help.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
and we want you guys to be secure.
Yeah.
It's always, I've always chuckled, especially in this environment, when I bring up PCI, people chuckle and say, oh yeah, every merchant that's ever been breached, they claim to be PCI compliant. And I'm like, yeah, but and there's this whole major requirement in PCI, which you squarely play in, which is collecting all the logs, collecting all the evidence, doing the detection and response, because even PCI assumes there's going to be a breach and a compromise,
Of course,
so be
yeah.
prepared for it.
Yeah.
So you can be breached and be compliant. Magical.
Yes, I mean, I would hopefully one day the world will realize that compliance never aligns to you won't be breached. There is no situation where you are secure enough to never be breached. It is just not how it would be great if it worked that way. I don't care how great AI gets, it'll never be that way. It's just,
I've been triggered lately by the compliance does not equal security idiom, and to which I always respond, security does not equal security.
No, it doesn't.
That usually shuts them up. But also compliance, and I would ask your opinion on this, but I think compliance in many cases is security, because that's all a lot of organizations going to do,
Yes.
especially the small ones.
Yes.
So I think there needs to be an attitude adjustment for those that care to understand that compliance is sort of the boundaries that you're working in. That's what those are the cards you've been dealt with.
Yeah, very much so.
And let's make it work within that context.
I think you're also seeing that delineation between enterprise and everyone else, right? At enterprise, it may just be a bother because you're going to have your governance team. They're going to be telling your security team to do stuff, your IT team to do stuff.
Right.
In the SMB world and MSP world, you do not have a governance team in a lot of cases. You have your security and IT team that are going to be applying those controls, and you're exactly right. Those are going to be the controls you're following.
Right.
And it's important to live those controls and really make sure that that is aligning to where you are, because compliance drives the security operations, that drives the security, and all of those have to be aligned in a way that makes you moderately healthy as a company, and you will just as likely to be breached as someone who is not.
Right.
But you will identify it, you will stop it sooner, it won't be as bad, and that's the intention of a lot of these
That's
frameworks.
the key. I remember back when the Target breach happened, and shortly after the Home Depot, there was a spate of
There was
big
yeah,
breaches
yeah.
back then. And I remember reading one headline, I don't even remember who the merchant was, but the headline was they were breached and they detected it within like hours or days. Oh, and this was this company, they've been breached. I'm like, that's a success story. The fact that they were able to detect it and minimize the damage,
100%.
that's really realistically the goal here.
It is. It is the goal.
Our time's winding down. If I could shift gears, one of my good friends works for you, Amanda Berlin.
Yes, she's amazing.
Shout out to Amanda.
Hey, Amanda.
And one of the things I also appreciate appreciate about Blumira is the fact you have somebody like Amanda working for you and you promote what she does. Take a few seconds to tell us about what her focus is on her little side project.
Sure, yeah. So Amanda runs a group called Mental Health Hackers, a nonprofit. They focus entirely on mental health for people in the cybersecurity industry.
Especially SOC analysts.
Especially SOC analysts.
Yeah.
Amanda I hired her as a SOC analyst at the MSP, where we realized, like, this is hell, we should do something else.
Right.
So I've worked with Amanda for many years, and her focus has always been, how do we make sure that people are happy in their roles in security? Right. Security is so hard to stay content in a long time, especially as a SOC analyst. The impact from the standpoint of time, having to stay up, having to evaluate. Then if you get breached, just the mental impact of having to recover from a breach is significant.
Right.
So her mental health hackers program has done a spectacular job kind of growing that need. I know she got a big room at DEF CON this year, so she'll be there this year. Please, everyone, check out Mental Health Hackers, donate. I know she needs some donations. So if you're looking for a good nonprofit to donate to, Mental Health Hackers is out here to support the SOC, to support the security people, and Amanda Berlin's one of the best people you ever meet, so that it helps her too.
So I appreciate how you back up not only the commitment to the small and underserved organizations out there, but the people that have to support the small and underserved organizations.
We got to all still be here. We got to make it through. If we all burn out, there's no one left. It's important for us to do that.
And we have to pace ourselves.
We should. Well, yeah, we should.
What would Amanda say? Well, that's going to wrap us for this time. Appreciate the time talking to you today.
I appreciate it as well.
If you guys want to learn more about Blumira, go to securityweekly.com/Blumira, which is BLUMIRA.
That's us. There you go.
RSAC.
There you go.
And we're winding down, but if you want to learn about our whole program here, that's securityweekly.com/RSAC. Thanks again, Matt, for talking to us today.
It was great.
We'll be back shortly.
Welcome to RSAC Conference 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio and Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host, Mandy Logan, and joining me for this interview is Mo Abul-Magd, VP of Product, Cybersecurity Group at Sandbox AQ. Welcome, Mo.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
And I've got to say, I would imagine being in your position, that being at RSA was, at RSAC, let me get this correct,
Yep.
Was exciting because you are actually working with Sandbox AQ, which is developing so many things that are AI and and eventually quantum related.
Yep.
So when you are walking the show floor, when you are meeting with people, does it feel like enhanced excitement to be on the inside of what everybody is talking about?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. I think coming to RSA is always a great experience. It's the biggest cybersecurity conference in the world. There's just so many companies here doing a lot of really different things. It's a great opportunity to talk to customers, hear what people are doing, like what they're worried about. But yeah, definitely. I think it's really fun, especially this time around of being at Sandbox AQ, where we're really trying to push the envelope around AI, around quantum, around kind of large quantitative models, and kind of seeing the trend of AI being mentioned a lot. And I've been hearing a little bit about quantum and post-quantum coming up as well. And it's really encouraging to see and really exciting that we're here kind of pushing that envelope, and we're starting to see these trends really kind of take off.
And quickly, because of your computer science background, so when you were a freshman just looking into all of the possibilities,
Yep.
and you look ahead now, you're going wow, I'm in it, I made it, I am doing what I dreamt of back then?
Oh, definitely. When I was a freshman, the cloud wasn't even a thing. The clouds were actual clouds, which just rains down water on you. But yeah, I think seeing what's happening now, I don't think anyone could have really imagined it at that point, way back then. And even I mean, we were talking about this before, of just being in San Francisco and just seeing the number of Waymos that are driving around is pretty wild, how many there are, and that's all driven by advancements in AI, advancements in technology. So it's definitely an interesting and a very, very exciting time too.
It is. Now, will you please tell me more about Sandbox AQ?
Yeah, definitely. So we originated in Google, so in Alphabet and in the Moonshots division. We spun out of Alphabet in 2022. The beginning of the mission for why Sandbox kind of started was to try to figure out, is there cool problems, are there problems that we could try to solve for at the intersection of AI and quantum? So that's where the A stands for, is AI, and then the Q stands for quantum. Spun out of Alphabet in 2022. Since then, we've had 2 fundraising rounds of just under $1 billion. So a lot of really great investors, really kind of backing what we're doing, and really believe in what we're doing around large quantitative models, and applying those to kind of different sectors of the of solving kind of a bunch of real world problems, which is super exciting.
Well, can you tell me one? What is one real world problem that LQMs are solving?
Yeah, definitely. So maybe I'll describe what LQMs are, and then kind of dive into some of those problems. So everybody knows large language models. They've really taken off with ChatGPT, where it's really kind of text-based interactions and trained on basically all the internet and cat pictures. So really great for customer service types of interactions, where you want to have a chatbot where someone kind of talks to an LLM, and then it brings you back kind of some answers. LQMs are trained on numbers. They're trained on numerical kind of information, and really meant to solve real world use cases. So one of the examples is within Sandbox, we have a division that's focused on helping with drug discovery or material simulation, where using the training sets that we come up with, they're generated by the equations of chemistry, and to be able to then simulate how different molecules are going to work with each other, so that we can really accelerate drug trial times, for example. And we look to implement the same type of thing for cybersecurity as well, which we can definitely dive into. But it's really around training on numbers, finding the quantitative relationship in all of this vast amount of data that we're analyzing very, very quickly, and then surfacing really interesting insights for you to solve actual problems.
So that makes me think you're talking about predictive security.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely one aspect of it.
But how does that play out? So for somebody in the field, somebody who is on the security team or in the SOC, what would they see that you would say goes, yeah, that's exactly part of LQM's ability to predict what is coming?
Yeah. Maybe I can. Maybe I'll use ActiveGuard as sort of the example of what we do.
That was just released last week, right?
That was. Yeah. So that's our cybersecurity product that we released. So it's a non-human identity and cryptography management platform.
Non-human identity and cryptography management platform.
Yeah.
You might need to come back to that, but
yeah, no, definitely.
Go ahead.
We can dive into that. So, effectively, what we do with ActiveGuard, with like the way that we leverage LQMs, is we plug into what we call the security exhausts of your organization. So, like you, as a company, already have a bunch of different security tools deployed out there, and those tools are generating a large amount of data. So we pull that data into our systems. Our large quantitative models analyze that data, and then is able to surface a lot of really interesting insights in that data. We're able to surface in real time, what exists out there inside of your environment, what are the real-time threats that exist and the real-time risk, and then also be able to help you close the loop with kind of very specific ways to be able to go and solve those problems. And LQM sort of sit at the heart of being able to kind of surface that real-time threat and that real-time insight for you.
Okay, so what is an example? Like if they're given a report and it says, here's your key action step now, can you give an example of what that might be? Yeah,
definitely. Maybe a great use case to dive into is been talking to a lot of organizations about like post-quantum readiness. So this is where quantum computers are going to be coming out soon, and basically the encryption that we're utilizing that underpins basically
is done for.
It's done for. Like right. it underpins all of our digital worlds. So quantum computers are going to break that encryption. So I've been talking to a lot of organizations who want to figure out, well, where's my risk? Like where am I actually exposed to this? So what we're able to do is they leverage a product like ActiveGuards to plug into their existing environment. We pull in all of that data. We surface for them, like what our LQMs are able to surface are, here's all the cryptography that exists. We found it all. We've got full visibility into all the cryptography, all of the credentials you're utilizing across your entire environment. Our LQMs are able to present that in a way that's really easy to understand and consume as well. So not a lot of noise, just kind of very focused on just here's the exact list of things that exist. And our LQMs are able to surface a couple things. One is, hey, we found a key that's not post-quantum safe. This is a problem. And then we're also able to analyze, give you kind of real-time insights as well of like, this key is being utilized in real time right now. We've detected like some anomalous threats happening, like someone is utilizing this, let's say you're a retail company, and you suddenly see a spike in someone utilizing this key or their certificate or this credential in January, and your peak season was during the holidays. Our LQMs are able to kind of pull all that data in from your systems, analyze that, and surface those types of things for you so that you can really quickly be able to act on them.
So, and outside of the full security stack, in general, with your clients, they don't have other platforms that are providing the same insights?
No. So that's a great question. They have products that's all sort of slices of the problem. So they have some products that might give you, small visibility into here's my certificates that exist, or some visibility into here's some secrets that might exist that my developers hard-coded into my code. But they don't have a product that holistically looks across the entire environment, from your applications to what's being used in your network traffic to what's being actually sitting on your servers and your endpoints, and gives you a single pane glass view into absolutely everything. So you have full end-to-end visibility.
That makes me think that not only with the consistent intake of data, the data flow that you're getting from all of your users, but also with your positioning on AI and quantum, that probably ahead of the curve at Sandbox AQ with thinking of what is coming after quantum.
Yeah.
Like once it's here.
Yeah.
Can you share anything on the forward trajectory of Sandbox AQ?
Yeah, definitely. I think this is a really interesting problem because it's one that it's a problem that exists today. And that's why we're excited about it, and all the customers and organizations I've talked to are excited about it. But it's a problem that's going to become exponentially more complex and more challenging with in the near future as quantum computing comes in, as quantum tech takes off, and even as the use of AI agents really begins to rise as well. So like take AI agents, for example. I think that's a good one where it's not far out. Like we're seeing that adoption now.
Absolutely.
Where a lot of organizations
and we're working quickly to billions.
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, it's because they drive productivity. Like organizations want to adopt AI agents because they drive productivity, so they're really eager to utilize it to do things like develop code or develop applications for you. And like you mentioned, like there's well over a billion AI agents that are out there that are out there and being utilized. Now, some of the problems with AI agents is the security around it really isn't that strong. I think you see this trend kind of with any new technology coming in of like,
yes.
Wow, tons of value, let me jump on and take advantage of it, and security is the last thing that you think about.
Right.
And it's not any different here. And one of the aspects of security, which is a challenge with AI agents, is how do you have visibility into the credentials and the non-human identities that these agents are using to go and access data from this machine or access data from this spot. And these AI agents are autonomous, so you don't really know what they're going to decide to do next. So that's a really interesting problem, but it's not one that is a future problem, and it's not one that's a future problem when AI agents really take off even more or quantum comes out. It's a problem that exists today. And all the organizations I've talked to, there's really no full visibility into all of the credentials and how their secrets are being utilized, or their keys or certificates or crypto is being utilized.
Right.
So the problem exists today. It's one that's going to become exponentially more complex with AI agents and with quantum tech as it comes out. So what's interesting, I think, and exciting, working at Sandbox is we're solving a real world problem today, but we're definitely, we're solving a problem that's going to become even more acute, I think, as time goes on. That's a really interesting space, I think, for us to be in.
It is. I mean, it's still, to me, it gives me the feeling of living the future.
Yeah.
You're riding the wave of what is already here,
Definitely.
and yet you're so well positioned for being at the forefront of what becomes standard.
Mm-hmm.
And for any moment in time, that's a privilege.
It is.
I mean, that is a huge privilege.
It really is.
I'm curious, so with it's ActiveGuard, right?
It's ActiveGuard, yeah.
ActiveGuard, are there any free trials, or how does the audience get information on?
There is, yeah. So we do have a free trial for ActiveGuard, so free trial for 30 days. So anyone can hop into the product, utilize it, start to use all the features with it. On our website, activeguard.com, on there is all the information. So you can go in and learn more about the product, about the use cases, things like that, and then be able to sign up for a demo. And then our team will get back to you and take you through a demo, and then sign up for the free trial as well.
What is the time to deploy?
Time to deploy is really fast. So it's a SaaS-based product. So in terms of kind of getting started, to go from there's nothing to deploy inside of your environment. It's entirely SaaS. It scales. The architecture is meant to scale, especially with like all that data that we're pulling in and analyzing in real time. It has to, and because we're plugging into what we call your security exhaust, the time to go from starting to see value is super short. Basically, we've got integrations with companies like Palo Alto, with CrowdStrike. So if you're using those products already in your environment, it's a couple clicks in our UI to be able to connect those to ActiveGuard. And then we start to show you real-time insights into visibility into all of your credentials and crypto, and then start to immediately show you the risk associated with it as well, and how do you remediate that risk. So the time is really, really short to be able to go from starting to value.
And what is something you've heard of that you didn't expect with a customer who did deploy Integrate? Is there any story you can give us that was something like, didn't really expect that outcome?
Yeah. I think it's the visibility that they suddenly are able to get. I was talking to a customer earlier, and what they were sharing was they're trying to get ready for post-quantum. And they were sharing, well, I know what I know. I know, if everybody in the organization followed things to the T, like here's where my keys and my secrets and my credentials live, I know where those things are, but I don't know what I don't know. And I think what organizations have really been surprised by, and it's been really cool to be able to see, is just the sheer amount of volume in terms of just where there's crypto and credential sprawl is across the organization. It's popping up in areas that and being utilized by systems or applications that they just absolutely didn't even expect to have happen, which is really cool. It's really interesting to be able to see. A little scary, but
that
also
has
cool.
to be satisfying once it's mapped and you know.
Definitely.
That's fantastic.
Yep.
No, thank you so very much for sharing.
Thank you for having me.
Yes. To find out more about Sandbox AQ, please visit securityweekly.com/sandbox-RSAC. For all RSAC 2025 coverage by CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Thank you again, Mo.
Yep. Thank you.
This has been fantastic. Now, stick around. We'll be right back after the break to wrap up from RSAC 2025.
Welcome back to RSAC Conference 2025. We're recording live From the CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. It's getting a little full out here, final keynotes coming up. I'm your host, Matt Alderman, and joining me for this last interview segment of RSA Conference 2025 is Nick Carroll, Cyber Incident Response Manager at NetWing. Welcome, Nick.
Thank you and welcome. This is it's really nice to see you guys. It's been an amazing conference. I get to be the wrap up for you, which is fun, but it's been great actually getting to see everyone and see the sights of San Francisco, but really just to get to connect with everyone in this field again. So nice.
Yeah, I always get together with my friends this time of year. It's been a year since the spin out of NetWing from Raytheon. What's that last year look like for you guys?
It has been an amazing year. I mean, it has been a lot of work. It's been a lot of work for all of the teams. We're having to do this startup on really just an amplified schedule to make sure that we can break away and become our own entity and truly be what we can be and take our mission forward and really drive it in ways that are exciting and new. But we've got this startup energy going, but at the same time, we're carrying with us, 40 years of combined experience across the entire company. So it's this amazing blend of startup culture with actual experience and capability to continue to deliver on really critical missions.
So what's the key kind of focus areas for NetWing, right? When you look at the cybersecurity space, it's broad, right? Kind of where's your niche? Where do you guys really focus your capabilities into the market?
So NetWing is really focused on national security, cybersecurity operations, working with DoD, the intelligence community, things like that, doing all kinds of different, operations to support them, whether it be doing offensive or defensive work to help them to testing things and learning out how different things work, but then also applying that across the commercial space. One of the things that a lot of people tend to forget is that critical infrastructure is very important for national security, but a lot of that critical infrastructure isn't owned by the Fed or owned by state and local government. It's owned by corporations. Right. It's owned by these corporate partners that are assisting in making sure that we get food and energy and transportation to our homes. And so we're able to do not just the actual intelligence community work and this really deep research and really high-end, cyber capabilities for our federal partners, but we're able to take that and apply it to support critical infrastructure across the country.
Yeah, I mean, critical infrastructures, healthcare, energy, even the financial systems, right?
Yes.
Those are all commercial entities, right? And yes, the government drives some stuff there, and CISA's done a really good job of bringing stuff in capabilities to light, but they're owned by private companies. Right? And so how do those companies deal with it? And what I see in my career, you have different levels of maturity across those industry sets.
Absolutely.
Right? Financials have been regulated for a long time, so they're more mature typically on average. Healthcare, not as much. And then you move into energy sectors, and various energy sectors, they all vary, right? And so they need help, I think, really helping them bolster up their capabilities and protect our national infrastructure. Right?
Yeah. Very much so. The levels of maturity does vary a lot. We've got industries that have been regulated for a long time, like finance and healthcare. And so when we assist clients in that space and we're working to do, cyber defense with them, we tend to do a lot more stuff that is higher on the maturity scale for, helping them close really advanced systems up. Working on doing pen testing with them, working on doing proactive threat hunting. Yeah. And that's different from, say, if we were working with a smaller local government, like municipality kind of thing, where they're doing, stormwater or something, right? The maturity isn't really there where they need, I need a pen test every year to find out the new holes that I haven't closed yet. You can go in and be like, hey, let's start with the basics, the cyber hygiene, let's get you squared away, and let's get you resilient so that you can actually be, a proper member of a defended national security posture.
Yeah. So you talked about cyber hygiene. It's one of those foundational issues. Where's the biggest gap you see in the practice around gaps in cyber hygiene?
I wish I could say that everybody had the best cyber hygiene already, because we've been talking about it for years now. Right. And it's a solved problem. But the reality is that we support clients in Fed side, in state and local government, and in commercial side, where we're still seeing a lot of gaps and misses in things like MFA adoption, right? Right. So a lot of the threat actors that my team has to respond to and deal with, they really like that edge networking technology for VPNs and your cloud infrastructure and stuff, because it's a really easy entry point for them. And we're still seeing a lot of, shared credentials or passwords that never expire, or even just, zero MFA on those kinds of solutions, or minimal patching on VPN systems, where it's like you're not patching the edge devices. Everybody has moved to a point now where you have to have EDR. You have to have, this endpoint piece, and you've consolidated this really strong internal security piece. But a lot of our edges, there's no EDR for a lot of firewalls, like that, right? There's no EDR for VPN appliances. So you wind up having to really focus down on doing proper hygiene basics with MFA, strong passwords, strong patching policies for those edge pieces to actually lock things down and make sure you're not allowing people to slip through.
And it's not just MFA, it's phishing resistant MFA now, right? Because we've seen so much with these MFA attacks that it's not just implementing MFA for the sake of MFA, it's deploying the right MFA as well.
Yes. Yeah, that's a big thing now. It's always this cat and mouse game with security where it's like we do something and the attackers come up with their answer and we come up with an answer. And we're seeing that start to happen with the phishing now, where they're phishing for MFA backup codes, they're phishing for device activation codes, they're phishing for the pieces that allow them to bypass the MFA. And if our users aren't trained how to spot this new wave of phishing, they could fall for it and they could accidentally compromise the MFA system itself.
Yeah, those are those foundational elements that slow us down. Let's talk about cyber resilience for a second, because it's something that's been in the news a lot. What do you have to do to prepare yourselves to be more cyber resilient? Because it's not necessarily the same, right? There's some nuances to what you implement that also help protect you, but cyber resilience is more than that. It's how to make the business resilient, and if there is an attack, how to recover fast. So what are those other things that people have to think about under a cyber resilience kind of program?
So that's a really big thing now, is that you have to begin to incorporate other teams outside of your SOC and outside of your traditional cyber team. You have to bring in IT, you have to bring in human resources, legal, communications. They have to understand their business operations, how their business operations interconnect to everybody else, and what it takes to rebuild and move on if the worst happens. But really, we're starting to get to a point now where it's not just enough to say like, well, you have to be resilient. Because when you think of resiliency, you're traditionally thinking about like recovery or,
is it business, so let me ask this question real fast while you're answering that. Is cyber resiliency just business continuity and disaster recovery 2.0, or is it more than that?
I think it has to be more than that. We have to be adopting proactive cyber policies and proactive cyber, defenses into your resiliency program. Because if you look at recovering from a ransomware attack, it's great that you can recover, but you were still down for 2 weeks while it happened and business stopped. And you can't have that if you're like a healthcare provider, right? You cannot fall back to paper records or turn people away all the time because you're actually impacting patient care. So you have to be able to say, yes, not only do we have the ability to recover and we've tested and we've got the policies for these things, but that we're actually implementing something like proactive threat hunting, that we're implementing true vulnerability management, that we're getting ahead of these things that could push us into a position where we have to fall back.
How important is tabletop exercises in your cyber resiliency program?
They're still very important. I know people are saying like, oh, it's not as exciting, or it's the thing that you've been doing for a while, but it's still something you need to do. It's still something that allows you to really test stuff. But the way to do it now and to make it proper and to get the best value out of it is, like I mentioned with resiliency, going beyond your SOC team or anything like that, right? Same thing with your tabletop, If you're not bringing in your communications team, your HR team, your legal team, so they understand like, hey, this is what we have to do. And that we've tested those communications path flows. We've tested, the handoffs. We've tested those pieces so that we can say, yes, we can do this quickly and get back to business over the entire entity. Then you're not really doing yourself a favor by doing the tabletop if you're just doing like one tiny piece of your whole entity.
Well, I'll give you an example. When we did our first tabletop in my day job, it was a ransomware attack, but it was focused on a SaaS-based application. And the first question we had to figure out is, well, who's our contact at SaaS company XYZ? Because we don't know if it's their problem or if it's our problem or what happened, right? And when you look across the business and look at all the different things that are in the environment, you realize that you have these dependencies that you don't think about initially, and the only way to truly test them sometimes is to actually go through the exercise and go, all right, who's got this company's contact information? It opens your eyes in a different way.
It really does.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And so the other part of your practice is threat hunting.
Yes.
How does threat hunting tie into this? I mean, I know the basics, but is it to test your resiliency? Is it to test your cyber hygiene? Is it a combination of both? How should people think about leveraging threat hunting in their program?
So it's a little A and a little B, right? The reality is, like I mentioned, you have to be proactive nowadays in your resiliency. You have to be proactive in your entire approach that you're taking. And so if you can say like, hey, we're gonna do a tabletop, and we're tabletopping based on this ransomware group, because we know this ransomware group, really likes our industry vertical. They really like to hit healthcare providers. They really like to hit, finance or whatever, right? So we're gonna look at their tactics and techniques, and we're gonna see if we can recover from them. Well, you can take that same thing and apply it to threat hunting, where you can say, okay, I know this ransomware group really likes healthcare, and I'm a healthcare entity, and I know that they use this tactic and this technique, and they use this tool. So let's go in and let's say formulate our hypothesis for our hunt, go in and test our tool sets and test our logs and see, like, could I catch that if it came into my environment? Could I see if you deployed that tool? Or could I see if you were doing that lateral movement in that way? And really making sure it's like, okay, if I have it, great. And if I don't, then we can go, all right, what do I need to get there? Do I need better visibility? Do I need to tie into different systems? Do I need to talk to Bob in accounting to make sure that his system ties into everything else? And we bring all these pieces together so that you have that visibility across everything, so that you can build proper alerts and get your team ahead of it, so you don't wind up being behind it when they eventually come knocking.
Yeah, and when you find gaps, go close the gaps.
Oh, please,
right?
yes.
Please, right? If you're gonna do the exercise, at least take the lessons from that exercise and close those gaps for the next time.
Absolutely. We work with a bunch of clients on things a lot, and we take them, findings on vulnerability assessments or penetration tests, or even in threat hunting, where where we have this gap, or hey, just so you know, this vulnerability is being exploited in this firewall system, and I know you guys have that. Please patch this right away. And then they kind of put it on the back burner of we'll get to it.
Get to it.
And then sometimes push comes to shove, and it's like, okay, well, now we're having an incident and we're having to deal with these things together. And when you go back to that root cause analysis, you dial it back and you go like, hey, remember that thing I told you about 2 months ago that you really should patch and address? Turns out that was the avenue they took to get in.
Right.
So please, let's be proactive, and let's not just say we found a gap. Let's actually close it.
Let's close the gap.
Yes.
Nick, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yes. If you want to learn more, please visit securityweekly.com/Nightwing RSAC. Again, Nick, thank you so much for joining us on Security Weekly.
Thank you. It's been great.
All right, folks, now we're going to do the live wrap up. Just stay tight. We're going to end this conference on a fun note. Welcome back. This is the end. It's our final wrap up, day 4. They're getting ready to do the keynotes. We're running a little behind, but we got to wrap this thing up. Mandy Logan's with me to do the final closeout.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you so much.
How was your week?
It was packed and incredible. I've got to say, I think the first, especially Monday, Tuesday, the amount of energy and information and just I felt that the overall spirit this year was very strong, even though it also felt like a little bit less chaotic than years past.
It's interesting. Some of the trends I see, because I've been doing this since 2007, what I notice is a lot of stuff is happening outside of the conference.
That's true.
Okay, so vendors, instead of putting money over into the expo, they're renting restaurants, they're taking over restaurants, they're taking over hotel rooms, and they're doing meetings in there, right? And so I've seen this continued trend of stuff pushing out to the perimeter. So now the perimeter's packed. Like, you want to get a dinner place, like, you've got to go pretty far away to find a place because everything is rented out, right? And that's a trend I just continue to see. That maybe drops the chaoticness a little bit, right? But the other thing I noticed on the floor is it's almost a desperation to get your badge scanned. Like, they're all the gimmicks to try to get you to the booth, right? Like the goats and the puppy dogs. And,
yes.
Yeah.
I agree, and I mentioned this yesterday. I'll mention it again, though, that we had started kind of taking bets on how many dollars were spent on toys for the show floor.
Yeah.
There was a lot of, I agree, the desperation to get the
People,
scans.
get the people at the booth. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I got this at a booth, so I guess I fell prey.
Yeah, you did. It looks good on you, though. It's a nice hat.
Thank you.
I like embroidered hats, right? You need the embroidery, otherwise.
Well, this is one where you get to choose how you want. You got to choose which hat you wanted, and then you got to choose which patch you wanted.
Perfect.
And they put it together.
Nice.
Right.
Nice. Yes. Lots of tchotchkes.
Yes.
The other thing I noticed, which was really, really interesting on the trend side, is some of the big public vendors are downsizing their booths.
Did you?
Yeah, they're not as, like, they used to all be in the front row. They all used to be like towards the front. And I'm seeing this trend of them, they're here, but they're not here at the same level they used to be. Now that they're public, CrowdStrike is everywhere, by the way. CrowdStrike's got the lounge across the street.
And Illumio.
Yeah, they're just huge presences, but Illumio's not public yet, right?
Okay.
Right, so they want to go public,
That's
so
true.
I fully expect that. But you take Tenable, that they're still pretty big booth, but they're kind of back a little bit. Rapid7 went to a 10 by 20. Even CyberRisk kind of went to a smaller size, right? They're all public companies. They don't maybe need as much of the brand presence here that other companies like Illumio and others who want to go public need, right? And so that was a really other interesting twist. I'm just so used to seeing certain vendors in the front.
With magnificent, huge.
Yes,
that's
not
true.
as much.
I imagine that'll follow at Black Hat. And I thought it was similar at Black Hat. I felt like there was some things in the expo floor that felt simpler and more streamlined.
Yeah.
Even though there were more people and more, how do I put this? People who were just kind of like disassociated and not paying attention.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's because of the inundation of AI information or not.
Right, maybe. We're gonna get to some awards later. All right, so I want to run through a few highlights. So the Innovation Sandbox winner, Project Discovery, very interesting exploit vulnerability company with a way to build your own exploit framework. Paul actually interviewed them, I think, on Paul's Security Weekly. They win the Sandbox on Monday. It's kind of, remember our first kickoff, what I say about continuous threat exposure management, right? Yeah, Innovation Sandbox kind of went there, right?
Yes.
So that was interesting. I just thought that was an interesting one. You went to the DARPA experience. I did not. What'd you think?
I think I'm always blown away by DARPA. I'm blown away by the level of intelligence and the real world situations that they are consistently striving for. And I was shocked by the experience, not because you were mentioning like maybe it was overwhelming to people.
I heard it was a little almost overwhelming, that they didn't know where to go or where to start, that it was, I guess, kind of self-guided, but there wasn't a lot of pointers to like what you should do and where you should go.
Okay, and I can see that. My experience was different. Of course, I got to spend an extended period there with Andrew Carney, I believe his name, that was heading up the experience. And going through the discussion with them, we centered very much on how and why the competition came about, what it took to pull off this 2-year-long competition, the factors that went into evaluating from their first 90 submissions, getting down to 42 and now down to 7, and what the 7 teams are doing and what they've actually seen from the cyber reasoning models that these teams are putting together. And then understanding, it was fascinating. I can see why people entering would not necessarily know where to go.
Right.
But one thing that I valued was, first, there's a simulated train ride where you go.
Right.
And it was very accessible for the wheelchair and for my dog. It was wonderful. And then once you're inside, you can choose which area you want to go to, but they had DARPA representatives wearing different colored windbreakers with the different colored emblems on the back, so you could see who was a tech expert in this certain area, and then you had the availability to just speak with them. I spent an extended period in the hospital section and got to speak with several of the technical members about how they created the 100 synthetic vulnerabilities. And how and why, what training data they used in order to identify what should be done. And then interestingly, like as the contest has gone on for these 2 years, getting to see that they can't really plan ahead. They have to make it instantaneously and then make the team use their cyber reasoning system live on the spot. So there's a very dynamic approach, even though it had to be, the entire experience had to be spun up quickly.
Right.
I could see where people would be overwhelmed by the amount of information that's available.
That's just what I heard. I didn't get a chance to go over there. I was curious on your thoughts.
Oh yeah, and it makes sense to me why at DEF CON last year that there were people that spent all their days there.
Right. Being immersed in it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I found it interesting that one of the teams did locate a real-world 0-day in the DARPA setup while trialing their cyber reasoning systems.
Wow. Awesome. Awesome. A couple other really interesting kind of highlights for me, and I don't know what you saw. I want to talk about, so I saw a reemergence of runtime application security.
Okay.
Over in Early Stage Expo, I saw a lot of companies focused on this, and I went up to a couple of them and I'm like, why? And it has to do with eBPF, the Cilium-based project that came out around 2018. It's gotten very mature.
Do you know what eBPF?
It's the Berkeley packet filter. I can't remember what the E stands for.
Okay.
But people use it as a sensor. It's a kernel-based sensor, and it's gotten really mature, and so they're getting a lot more data out of it on the runtime side, and there's this like reemergence of runtime application security startups coming out of the woodworks. So that was really interesting to me because I did some work on the runtime side when I was at Layered Insight with containers. eBPF was really, really new back then. It's really matured. So that was a really interesting trend. And obviously, AI was everywhere.
Yes.
On this conference.
It was in everything.
Pretty much.
Although again, full respect to the few vendors that I did interact with that were stating like, no, we're not using AI other than perhaps in their office, for general employee productivity. But some had decided to run numbers and figure out, had created their large language models and decided that no, we're actually still getting better results doing it at this point with our traditional means. So those I have respect for.
Yeah.
They're looking at the data and going, no, we're not going to put this out there and try to garner more attention on something that we don't believe is helping.
Yeah, I one of the interviews I did was on vibe coding and the ability for AI to generate code, which was just crazy, scary, and fascinating. Obviously, a lot of AI governance. I'm even seeing emergence of AI security from a behavior standpoint because it's so dynamic in what these models can do, the inputs, the prompts, the outputs. How do you monitor for that? It's not like scanning for a CVE. You almost have to understand the behavior of these AI systems to look for weird anomalies when it decides to go rogue. Like,
Right.
there's so much, I think it's early days, but I see so much interesting stuff starting to evolve that I think will actually solve some real problems.
I cannot agree more. And again, I don't know if I said this to you. I think it's fantastic that we happen to be in an industry that has the data and that can make a more effective use of AI more quickly. And
Yeah.
so seeing that, also, I feel like we're at the nexus of a large change or increase in, do you remember Freakonomics? Do you
Yeah.
remember the book
Uh-huh.
like that? I feel that even on the security side, with the amount of information, whether you're talking about like the sensors, you can talk about
Yep.
that before, but with this, with using AI and the AI agents and the ability to monitor so many more of the thousands upon thousands of variables that are going on, that each
Right.
company is going to get unexpected, useful insights. Not just that, oh, well, we've switched to remote work and we now understand we have 7 employees in this one city, maybe we should build an office there. But being able to go, oh, wow, I think there will be a lot of information that is gathered that helps them redirect the trajectory of the company or internal operations that goes beyond what we expect at this moment.
Yeah.
And I also felt like deepfake detection was discussed a lot. I had several interesting conversations, one with Bree Frost, who had run wasn't a learning lab, I think it was just a briefing where they used every currently available open source deepfake detector live on stage, and they had everybody in the audience participate.
Yeah.
And not one of them gave satisfactory results.
Yeah.
None of them could detect the deep fakes correctly.
Wow.
But then I did speak with a couple of other vendors who are working on proprietary deep fake
Right.
generation.
Yeah,
ID.
I mean, open source may get you so far, but there's going to be so much new innovation and intellectual property produced
Right.
that some of that stuff may not get open sourced.
Oh, that's good too.
And any other highlights? I got 3 awards I want to hand out
Don't.
before we wrap up.
Well, other highlights. Again, for me, I think a lot of the staff was incredibly helpful. I felt that there was a very good organizational aspect to how the conference itself ran. So
Yeah.
that was beautiful. I don't know, our weather was really good. We had a
Yeah,
really great weather.
we were 50 to 60, but it was kind of in a 10-degree range pretty much all week.
Yeah, no, but I want to know what awards do you want to bring
So
up?
I don't pick these out in advance.
Okay.
So my philosophy is when I go to the show floor, I go to the edges, the back,
Right.
I go through the middle,
Right.
and same thing on the other side, right? So I don't go to I know all those vendors, right? And so I want to see kind of the new stuff. And so as I'm going through, I'm taking notes. And then what I'm doing is I'm making up, I'm just kind of making up awards as I go to highlight some things. And then I go up to Early Stage Expo and I do the same thing. Now, I didn't pull any awards from Early Stage Expo. I didn't get a chance to go through the whole thing. I got through about 2/3 of it before they closed down, because I had some really interesting conversations, but there's a couple more I want to get to. So my 3 awards this year. So the first one is who can articulate their message the best, right? So it's really interesting, right? I'm what I'm called a 3-word power position guy.
Okay.
If you got 3 words to describe your strategy or your vision or where you're going, what are they?
Okay.
I thought Mark Thurman at Tenable did a fabulous job in his keynote yesterday. He boiled it down to unified, intelligence, agentic. So unified, bring data together from a contextual perspective.
Right.
Use that to extract better outcomes, and use agentic to actually facilitate the remediation.
Which is brilliant, and it makes me wonder, are you talking about then proprietary agents that for each company, or?
Maybe, I don't know. I don't know how it's gonna get articulated and how it gets built yet, but that was the concept, is that AI will help you unify data. The AI models will help you extract more intelligent outcomes, which is what this whole industry is about. But then the ability to use agentic AI to actually take action and remediate. I thought that was it was very succinct,
Right.
right? And there's probably a couple others I didn't get to, but I thought that was interesting.
That's true. I appreciate the switch of thinking of an agent to the agentic and thinking of that as an action. Like it is taking, which you can go back to the DARPA thing about having autonomous AI cyber reasoning that is finding the patches and patching all at once, doing it. And that is exciting, the action-oriented part. Now, how we monitor all of that, I don't know yet. But
well, we just talked about all the other challenges with AI, so hold your horses.
Right.
All right, most surprising vendor on the show floor.
Interesting. For me, or just for you?
I have one.
Most surprising. I can't yet.
I rarely take a double take on the floor. I walked
Yeah?
by this booth, I stopped, I turned around. Capital One.
Oh.
They're not
They
a
have a
security company.
cybersecurity product?
Yes. They built a tokenization
Wait.
product that they are making available commercially.
Why do I feel like I did hear about this?
It floored me. You're walking through, you don't expect to see Capital Bank unless they're trying to recruit cyber guys.
Right.
No, they built a product. And so it tokenizes sensitive data so that if hackers get a hold of it, it's completely useless.
So that, you mean it's to customers?
Yeah.
Not corporate customers,
No,
but
they're
individual
gonna, no,
customers?
they're
or
going to sell it as as an enterprise product.
Oh, wow.
Yes, completely shocked me. Like I'm used to
Nice.
seeing security startups, but to see a bank actually build a product and come to RSA and put it on the floor, that's my most surprising vendor.
That sounds very, I agree, and that sounds very intelligent on their side because being a bank and positioned as they are, having the resources
They have a
and the
lot of
teams,
privacy data, yeah.
Yes. I could see why it would be an easy transition to go, hey, here's another application for what we've already had to figure out.
Yep.
Wow, that's really cool.
Yep. My last award, Buzzword Bingo winner. Remember the buzzwords we talked about on Monday when we kicked this off?
That's right.
What
Oh my
were they? Do you
goodness.
remember?
No. CTEM?
Was CTEM and AI. So this booth used the term Agentic AI CTEM.
Aw.
They hit them all for me.
Did you give him a prize?
Ridge Security is the company. Ridge Security. No.
They were on my list. I didn't get to that one.
I walked by their booth, I looked at it, said Agentic AI CTEM. I turned and looked at it and I said, you just won Buzzword Bingo.
Did they bow?
No,
Were they
I don't
happy?
think so.
No.
They probably had no
They
idea what I was talking about. Mandy, thank you so much for joining us this week. We had an awesome week, everyone. Thank you for watching, listening. You can find all of our content on securityweekly.com/RIC 2025, I believe. I hope you enjoyed the show. We'll see you again next year at the conference.